Welcome to Larkhall, the premier kart circuit in Scotland for the second round of the Wera British Kart Championships for both Rotax and Honda. Refreshed and prepared for another fantastic weekend of racing, this 1,140-metre circuit hosts the championships for a fourth year in a row. With the season well and truly underway after the first round at PFI a month ago, the championship leaders in each class will be looking to further lay claim to their positions, including the likes of Luke Millward in Micromax and Callum Bradshaw in Senior Rotax. The latter, the only driver to achieve a perfect score from round one. This weekend is the only time the Wera British Kart Championships visits Scotland in 2024. As such, there's plenty of local talents looking to emulate some of the Scottish racing legends who've graced this circuit previously. In particular, look out for Blair Smith in the Minimax 950, along with Junior Rotax's Leon Hasty and Honda Cadets Ryan White. All of those drivers looking to get their season back on course. 2 days of racing can be followed from start to finish here on YouTube and Facebook with Alpha Live. So let's get into it. It's event 3 of the Wera British Kart Championships live from Larkhall. And it is a beautiful day here in Scotland for the first full race day of event 3 of the 2024 Wera British Kart Championships. Welcome to Scotland, welcome to Larkhall, resplendent for this second round of the season, as we say, for all of the Rotax classes and, of course, Honda Cadets as well. We're just a mere few minutes away from the start of the heats here this afternoon. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box today will be Nicole Sutherland. Apologies, Henry Burdett, a little bit ill, so he's not able to join us here, unfortunately, for this weekend. We do wish Henry the best. But here's your circuit. Developed in 2019, of course, has been racing here since the early 60s. 1,140 metres, 10 turns, a couple of kinks in there, flat-out parts as well, and a small bit of elevation change that makes this a very technical and challenging circuit for the drivers. Here's your weather conditions. Absolutely beautiful, as we say here in Scotland. Few clouds in the sky, but it's warm conditions, it's good conditions. The track from the free practices and the timed qualifying earlier on today is running very, very quickly indeed. A lot of rubber has gone down across the course of the race meeting so far. There was also a club meeting here 2 weekends ago, which also had really good conditions. So fantastic situation for the drivers to race upon. Let's head out there into the paddock there for the first time today and catch up with Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. Sunny Scotland here, absolutely fantastic weather for the drivers and teams. Lap records being absolutely smashed this morning during qualifying unofficially and practice. Really glad to be back. Very quick turnaround from our weekend last weekend in PFI with the Iamis. Rotax have been blessed similarly, again with the fantastic weather. Everybody in the paddock, sun cream, sunglasses out, ice lollies everywhere. Looking forward to being in the box this weekend with Andrew, who is in there.
Absolutely, great to have you back in the box with us once again, Nicole, in a few moments' time for the start of the heats. There you can see some of the drivers getting ready for that first heat, which will be Senior Rotax. Quick rundown of the schedule for this afternoon. 13 races in total to enjoy here at Larkhall, starting, as I say, with the B versus C heat. These groups, of course, decided by time qualifying earlier on this morning. So just a single run for the seniors, then 2 heats from juniors, groups A and C versus B and D. That'll be races 2 and 3 on the schedule. Minimax 950, nice and easy for Minimax followers today. One single group of them, a bumper grid going out at 2:35. Similar story for Micromax. They've got a single grid, so none of the separation into groups A, B, C and all of that business. They will run at 14:55. Senior Rotax then come out again. That'll be the first time that we see Group A. It's a Group A versus C race at 3:15. Honda Cadets then make their first racing appearance of the weekend after that. That'll take us round to the end of rotation number 1, halfway through the order, and then it'll be a repeat again of 2 races for Junior Rotax, 1 race for Minimax 950, 1 race for Micromax, 1 race for Honda Cadet, and Senior Rotax A versus B to finish the day. A lot of treats in there, Nicole, for these heats today. Should be some really, really strong racing. Your thoughts on this circuit? It's personally my first time here at Larkhall. It's been a long journey up here, but worthwhile nonetheless. But you've raced here. What will the drivers be thinking about right now with the circuit as it is and the conditions as they are?
They're definitely in for a treat, for sure. This is absolutely fantastic conditions, in my opinion. Loads of grip down on the circuit, firstly. So these drivers can be going into these corners so hard and really be sticking to the track. And also, there's not much wind going on. So for those drivers at the front, they're not battling against the wind to pull off. But equally so, you know, just the whole package of minimum wind, lots of grip. In when I raced, that was what I loved.
Absolutely. I say I was seeing from some of the mechanics yesterday that track temperatures in excess of 30 degrees. I actually wondered, is that the range at which the top of the scale goes in this part of the world? But it's, I say we're not accustomed to these conditions when we come up to Scotland. But great to be back here at Larkhall. Nearly an ever-present, of course, in the modern era of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, only disrupted by 2020. I think we all know the reasons why we didn't come here in 2020. But for Rotax, of course, we were here last year and the year before, 2021 and 2019. There were visits for the IAME classes. Honda Cadet were also here for a round in 2021. So it's often been around here at Larkhall, Nicole, that's been quite key for championship protagonists and keeping the run going. Especially if you're not Scottish. I think we will see some really strong performance from the local drivers here this weekend. But for some of them, say, the south of England or Wales, it's a bit of a long trek. It's quite a key one to get that championship run together, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when I raced around here, 2022, it was a 12-hour trip. And so for testing, you can't do too much.
Yep.
So you definitely notice when you come up here, the Scottish drivers, you know, the likes of your Lewis Gilberts, your Cole Denhams, very, very quick. But I think it's nice because, you know, the first 2 rounds of this championship have been, well, obviously we had the O-Plate at Wilton and then we had PFI. So their tracks everybody tends to go to. So it's nice to kind of break it up and be somewhere where, you know, you're arriving and you're not sure who might be at the front this weekend.
Absolutely. As I say, this is the second round of 5 for 2024. Visits to Warden, Lorcan, Bolton and back to Wilton Mill for the season finale still to come. But all focused here for the start of things for racing at Larkhall. We'll be back in a few moments' time after this short ad break. Well, here we go then for the first race of the weekend. It's race 1, heat 1 for senior Rotax, and it's groups B and G heading out on circuit. On pole position, winner here last year, Lewis Gilbert, alongside reigning champion Kai Hunter. Callum Bradshaw, winner last time out at PFI, is joined by Strawberry Racing teammate Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Joshua Graham and Caden McQueen go from row 3. Rhys Bailey and Tristan Rennie make up an all-Scottish row 4.
Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Stephen Napier on row 5. Neo Clark and Deacon Russell on row 6. Louis Weaver and Archie Walker round out row 7, and Archie Buttle and James Lowther will start on row 8.
Into the middle of the pack, Ewan Sharman and Jamie Perley go from row 9. Benjamin Southgate and Alex Moody on the 10th row of the grid. Reg Hayward and George Donald start on row 11. Alexander Adams-Acton and Jack Gillingham start on row 12.
It's a Guy Cunnington Racing row 13 with Guy Cunnington and Rachel Robertson. We then have Luca Osman-Price and Matt Mulgilvery. Alex McGee and Gustav Ozakovs on round 15 to round out the grid.
Alex McGee, per our information, doesn't take the start of this race, so it's a 29-strong field, particularly field for Gustav Ozakovs. This is his first running of the weekend. Has had school exams this week, so wasn't here yesterday and didn't run this morning, so a bit of an unknown for the 89 at the back of the field. Well, getting ready then for this first race of the afternoon, first race of the round. It'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap for our senior Rotax drivers. Into the tram lines. Are we good to go? No. We're going to go round for another formation lap. But the news from what we've seen so far this weekend, Nicole, Lewis Gilbert didn't quite get overall pole position within senior Rotax. That went the way of Macaulay Bishop. But every time I've seen Gilbert out on circuit so far this weekend, he has looked absolutely rapid.
Yeah, knows the track really, really well. Scottish driver. I think Diamond of Dalry, is that one of his nicknames?
Yeah, absolutely.
So from not from the direct area, but from Scotland. Yeah, and every time we show up here, he knows the track. He knows how to race it as well, which is really important. Indeed.
Performance for Gilbert, 8th in the final at PF International, was very strong at the O-Plate that kicked off the season for the senior Rotax drivers. But the small matter of Kai Hunter alongside him on the front row didn't have everything his own way at PF International. Definitely had the speed to warrant this title campaign, but you've got to feel that Kai Hunter has got to make the moves, got to get the points on the board this weekend to keep himself strongly as a part of that discussion. Callum Bradshaw, we wondered whether he would do the full season. Well, right now he is doing the full season. Took the clean sweep in terms of championship points last time out at PF International. Was the only driver across all of the Rotax categories to achieve that one. He's going to be starting on that second row of the grid alongside Teddy Pritchard-Williams. This is a properly stacked first race of the day. Eyes on those lights. They're out racing for event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Into the first couple of turns they go, and it's a very tight run at times here at Larkhall, sweeping straight down towards the first major braking zone and sweeping onto the back straight. It's a good start for Lewis Gilbert. He has the lead of the race, Nicole, as they head into the newer part of the circuit. This is the part of the circuit that was redeveloped in 2019. Very difficult to get overtakes done in this part of the circuit, of course.
Callum Bradshaw now. Oh, and we have Caden McQueen is off into that sharp left-hander. That is not ideal for Caden. Yellow flags out just after that corner. Going back to Callum Bradshaw, he is now into second place. Lewis Gilbert and Callum lead into the last corner ahead of Joshua Graham and Kai Hunter.
Really good start then. Gilbert leads, end of lap 1. Bradshaw P2, Joshua Graham, as you say, up to P3. Who's made progress on that first lap? Well, Brandon Klein-Nagelfort is up to 6th place. That's from 9th on the grid. Guy Cunnington up 11 spots. Had a poor qualifying by his lofty standards. The former senior Rotax champion is up to 14th already.
Archie Buttle losing 11 places as well. Not sure what's happened to Archie, but Caden McQueen, who had that spill into the sharp left-hander, now sits in 25th.
Does indeed. I think we've also had problems for James Lowther and Benjamin Southgate. They are not circulating right now. Alex McGee is circulating, so apologies, that's a bit of it. Mistaken information for us in the box. Is running. Mac McGilvray is also, unfortunately, not circulating, it would seem, per our timing information. End of lap number 2. Gilbert from Bradshaw, Graham. Graham, the fastest driver on circuit right now. Brandon Klein-Nagelfort has got past Rhys Bailey, I think, for 5th place. Teddy Pritchard-Williams has followed through as well. Archie Walker continuing to improve also is up to 11th place. 8 minutes remaining in this one. Lewis Gilbert looking quite calm out at the front of the order here, Nicole. And it's Joshua Graham who's pushing here. Looks like he's going to be challenging Callum Bradshaw for that second place.
Fastest lap by Joshua Graham there as well. So like you said, definitely will be challenging. But I think he'll just stick on the back of Callum for now, see if they can catch up to Lewis and wait until a bit later on in the race. Good start by Neo Clark there in 9th position. Bit of a fight going on further back in the pack But a good start by him, considering he wasn't at testing yesterday, much like other competitors like Gustav Uzkovs and Ewan Charman.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just caught sight there. I think Stephen Napier trying to make a move in the final corner. The race into its rhythm now, as here goes Graham down the inside of Bradshaw. Good move there from Joshua Graham. That was through turn 5. I think we're going to see plenty of overtaking in that part of the circuit. It's a long run from turn 4. It's one of those straights that's not actually a straight, but you know, for the purposes of describing this circuit, it's definitely a part of the circuit where you can slipstream behind another competitor. That is Graham through into second place now. Kai Hunter joining this fight as well there in the number 1 karts, racing of course for Hunter Motorsport on the CS55 chassis. Looking brilliant this weekend once again in that deep red and black livery. 6.5 minutes to go in this one. Lewis Gilbert still looking very comfortable at the moment at the front of this field. And save for Bradshaw right now, not able to keep immediately with the rear bumper of Joshua Graham there, Nicole. That's a bit of a surprise, I would say, at this stage.
Yeah, looking slightly vulnerable now to the number 1 of Kai Hunter, who has caught onto the back bumper of him. Kai definitely will be having a look pretty soon to go in on Callum.
News for the number 79, transponder not functioning. So yes, that's why we saw initially the number 79 not registered as out there in circuit, is out there in circuit, currently in 25th place. Guy Cunnington continuing to move up through the order, is now up to 9th place. That's a gain of 16 spots so far in this first heat for senior Rotax. Great response from the team leader. Kai Hunter right in the wheel tracks of Callum Bradshaw now. Is he going to go for the move? He is going to go for the move. Lovely stuff from the reigning senior Rotax champion. That's him up to 3rd.
As soon as Kai's done that move as well, you watch him into the sharp left-hander. He's still so settled, regardless that he's overtaken Callum. He's got the move done, and then over the bump before that corner, he's still so calm on the wheel, holds the kart really well, so doesn't sacrifice any speed, gets the move done, and he's sweet.
Yeah, as I say, the next time we go around there, we'll point out that bump. It's a part of the circuit where the extension happened a few years ago, and you were describing to me earlier in the week, Nicole, that it really is a challenge for the drivers to get the kart positioned right through there. Here's your battle for 5th place. This is Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort in the Dan Holland Racing number 93. Teddy Pritchard-Williams there in the number 5 for Strawberry Racing. Has had a strong year so far in his move to the Tony Kart running team. Tristan Rennie not too far behind, another one of the Scottish drivers. Craft Motorsport having a good first race here. They've got drivers in 1st, 7th and 8th right now. Expecting big things this weekend, I'd say, from Craft Motorsport. They looked confident yesterday in practice. Yeah,
I think they're given a lot of advice and guidance by Lewis Gilbert, of course, who is one of the main guys within that team. And, of course, a lot of Scottish drivers in there. Got a 5-second penalty there for the number 7 of Archie Walker. Archie's previously had some great results at this circuit. I believe it was 2023 he was 3rd, so not a great start to his weekend. We were just previously talking about the progress made by Craft Motorsport. Joshua Graham as well, one of the less experienced drivers in the senior grid, not overall, just in the senior grid, but he's made a great start to his weekend, sitting there in 2nd place ahead of both a world champion and a British champion.
Absolutely, was in the top 10 in the final standings at PF International. This is a very strong start to the weekend for the drivers. Of course, moved to KR Sports for 2024. 3.25 minutes to go. Still Gilbert from Graham, Hunter, Bradshaw, Klein-Nagelvoort, Pritchard-Williams. That is your top 6 right now. Biggest mover in this race, if you're just joining us, is Guy Cunnington up to 9th place on the grid. Well, immediately, I'm hoping to try and get down to GCR later on this evening for the paddock show, because I've not been in their tent so far this season. Now, this will be a race that we'll be discussing of how he's made his way through here. In terms of Caden McQueen, we saw him having problems earlier on in this race. Driver in the 47 is back up to 20th place. Gilbert looking clear though, but it's a very fierce battle behind, it would seem.
Have just noticed as well, James Lowther, somebody who's very quick in this championship, he's out.
Yeah, he's not running, has not been running for this one in the number 8. It's been a bit of a tough weekend so far for the Argentis. More on them later when we get into the juniors, of course. Another new fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Joshua Graham. Here with the fight for 5th place yet again. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort versus Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Right now, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort just seeming to be able to soak up the pressure from the driver there in the number 5.
Yeah, I think when you've got a Strawberry driver, somebody also of Teddy's level breathing down your neck, it's pretty easy to make a mistake, but Brandon's holding his own there. He's made a good start.
Yeah, really, really good start. Jamie Perilli, we should mention in this race also. Another good move through the field, has gained 6 spots so far here. He's up to 12th. There's another new fastest lap of the race from your race leader, 48.70 seconds. I said the pace this weekend, very, very quick indeed to be seeing 48s in race trim. I was having a chat with some of the drivers yesterday on a more technical front with our Friday Track Talk feature, which you can see on the Karting UK YouTube channel in due course. A lot of the drivers loving these conditions, just how much grip there is this weekend. We just saw a move there for Teddy Pritchard-Williams past Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort for 5th place. Yes, we did, just quickly glancing out of our window. The group of 3 just coming through the chicane now and into the final corner. So you can see from Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort's perspective, was fighting hard there to keep the drivers behind, but you know, top 7 would still be a decent result. Tristan Rennie has now got through into 6th place as well.
We also got a 5-second penalty there for Neo Clark. Neo had a good start. I did see a little bit of commotion between him and Jamie Perilli, and Jamie dropped back slightly, so potentially that could be what that penalty might have been rewarded for. We'll find out a little bit later on.
Indeed. That's down in around 13th place right now. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Well, Teddy Pritchard-Williams has disappeared to an extent off the front of this group of what was 3. Is now very much the fight for 6th between Rennie and Klein-Nagelvoort. 5 seconds to go on the clock, so I think we'll get 2 more in here because the leaders have already crossed start-finish.
Lewis Gilbert there with a fastest lap yet again, setting a 48.7, very quick. Also continues to pull away from Joshua Graham in the second there, pretty much by half a tenth to a tenth each lap.
Yeah, it's been a really, really impressive performance this from Lewis Gilbert. He was on top during free practice yesterday. He will not have liked being beaten by Macaulay Bishop in timed qualifying session earlier on this afternoon. The time qualifying, of course, being the 3-lap average. As here's the fight once again for 6th spot. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort trying to come back at Tristan Rennie here. There's just been a change for 15th place as Gustav Uzakov has got past Ewan Charman. There's also been a 5-second penalty to the number 66 of Jack Gillingham. Gillingham a little bit further down the order. All of these drivers knowing they've only got 2 heats as well to try and qualify through into the top 28 across the whole category in the intermediate classification, not only to book championship points but also spots straight into the pre-finals tomorrow. Well, right now that's looking like no problem at all for this driver here. Lewis Gilbert picking off where he left off in 2023 here at Larkhall, took the final victory that day ahead of Kai Hunter and Archie Walker, and he's going to start things in round 2 of 2024 with a win in Heat 1. Good drive there from Lewis Gilbert. Takes victory from Joshua Graham by 0.8 of a second. Kai Hunter in 3rd. Solid points there for the reigning champion. Callum Bradshaw, winner last time out, starts his 2nd round of the season with a 4th place ahead of his teammate Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Rennie, Klein-Nagelvoort, Cunnington, Walker and Bailey, your top 10. Particularly great drive there. Nicole, we didn't see too much of it because it was all going from the back of the field in the early stages, but Guy Cunnington up 17 spots in that race. That's more like it from the 2019 champion.
Most definitely. Gustav Uzakovs as well, up by 15. But Guy's teammate and well, teammates and within his team. Rachel Roberts up by 8 places. This will be a home track race for her, so probably not the best qualifying, but she's made a good start to make up some places there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looked pretty quick in free practice yesterday, so a hopefully confidence-boosting run there for Rachel Robertson. But there's your winner, Lewis Gilbert. We spoke to him yesterday during the Track Talk show. 0.8 ahead of Joshua Graham, and I get that feeling just watching the body language of a driver that looked like a cool and calm drive to a win. He wasn't overdriving the kart. Be very pleased with his work. Other drives that we should just give a note to. Gustav Uzakov's. Well, what a great first race from the driver flying the flag for Latvia. Started 30th up to 15th place, and considering he's had next to no running here this weekend so far because of school exams, that's very impressive.
It was almost as if he felt like he missed out so much yesterday with his exams that he had to do that bit extra in that heat to just be like, I'm here, guys, I'm here.
Absolutely. Well, that will be the end of things for Senior Rotax in this part of the day. Next time we will see Senior Rotax action will be race 6, scheduled at 3:15 local time. It'll be an A versus C race. Let's say hello to you in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Hello to Stuart Pemble. Hello to Molly Williams as well, cheering on Teddy Pritchard-Williams. And, of course, Motorsport Magpie, Mr. David Whitehouse, busy in the chat as ever. And hello to Ajax as well, cheering on. And we'll be very pleased with that first result, a win for Craft Motorsport and Lewis Gilbert. Juniors coming up shortly. You can see groups A and C lined up in the pits ahead of their first race of the weekend. And well, for the drivers here, there's some really good pace in the juniors. They're about a second off the pace of the seniors from qualifying, but very interested to see how the likes of Will Antrobus get on this weekend. A lot of talk from last time we saw the Rotax classes in action, Nicole, about Sam Pollitt Racing and being so close to breaking their duck and going from 0 British Kart Championship wins to 1. Just missed out in Micromax last time out in PF in Lincolnshire, but I think they've got a really good chance this weekend, not just with Austin Noman, as mentioned in Micromax, but the likes of Will Antrobus and others, particularly here in juniors. Yeah,
definitely. 2022, William Antrobus had a really good weekend here, but, you know, things happen and just missed out, but he had some fantastic heat results. So I think, as well, 2023 was really strong, but again, didn't quite happen for him.
Yep.
So be interesting to see if this is his weekend to get that British Championships win for himself and Sam Pollitt and that Larkhall win, because of course he was the club championship winner, the club round winner here 2 weeks ago. So I definitely know that William will feel very confident that he can replicate that, but in this much bigger grid.
Absolutely. The championship scenario at the moment with the juniors, because of course their final didn't run at PF International, points were awarded based on the grid positions for that final. Effectively, your result from the pre-final means that Harrison Whitcomb is your championship leader, isn't in this next race. We'll see Whitcomb later on in the B versus D race. So your highest ranked driver is Harry Bartle. We'll be back shortly here at Larkhall. More coverage from the Wera Tours British Kart Championship shortly. Back here at Larkhall, getting ready for Junior Rotax race number 2 of the weekend, Heat 1 for Junior Rotax, Groups A and C in this next race. So we have, of course, got our driver fastest in timed qualifying across the 3-lap average earlier on today, Will Antrobus. In terms of single lap pace, did a 49.01. Should stress these are very unofficial, but that was a good chunk faster than the lap record. Let's have a look through then the grid for this first heat of the weekend in juniors. William Antrobus, as mentioned, on pole position. Thomas Behrman alongside on the front row. Jack West and Cole Denham, a rejuvenated Cole Denham there on row 2. Hugh Moulton and James Anagnostiadis on row 3. Brandon Truman and Scott Marsh start on row number 4.
The O-plate of Harry Bartle and Kenzo Craigie on row 5. Ellis Bell and Kai Veach on row 6. William Archer and Albie Lapper start on row 7. Row 8 will be Lewis Goff and Matteo Palazzo.
Zach McDonald and Ryan Gandor start on row number 9. Ariman Bansal and Noah Barham completes the top 20 on row 10. Aidan McDonald and Isaac Barker start on row 11 ahead of Marcel Popical and Ryan Gill on row 12. Vlad Tomanchuk and Henry Cameron completes the 26 runners here for the first heat of the weekend for Junior Rotax. It'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers in this one. Is there a problem further down the field there, Nicole?
It looks like Cole Denham, I believe it's Cole Denham, is out of position there.
Yes, I think you're right, because I can see the bright helmet of James Anagnostiadis second in the line. You can see him leaving a bit of a gap there to Thomas Behrman ahead, so a bit of drama already. We're going to go round again for at least another formation lap.
Gives Cole a good opportunity to try and get back in position now, but he has to note you only have so long to do it before you pass the last marshal post, and you're no longer where you are is where you have to start.
Absolutely. There's that point where the drivers, even if they know they're out of position, they're not allowed to do any further overtaking, which to Cole's credit, he kept to that rule. He gets an opportunity to come back through. The driver's just coming into the stadium section, and yes, could see Cole Denham moving his way through now. He's just about to go past James Anagnostiadis and will get himself back into position. So it will be Antrobus and Behrman on the front row, West and Denham on row number 2, Moulton and Anagnostiadis on row 3. Anagnostiadis looking to bounce back after a very difficult round 1 at PF International. It was not the result that the Australian would have wanted for Argenti Motorsport. And Argenti looking in the top 10, but maybe not quite at the very sharp end of the field, as we have seen at times so far this year. But in race trim, things, of course, can be very, very different. What are we going to see for this first race of the weekend for Junior Rotax? Into the tram lines we go. Lights are out. Great start for those on the pole side of the grid. It's going to be Advantage, Antrobus and Jack West on through the first couple of corners. There's a bit of dust being kicked up in the second half of the field there. Down in towards, there's one spinner towards the back. I think it's the number 43, possibly, of Ryan Gill in the Evolve Motorsport machine. A frantic start, as we often see in the juniors, in towards turn number 5 and sweeping into the tight hairpin we go. This is where we saw Caden McQueen have problems in the first heat for the seniors last time out. This time, though, for the juniors, all looking good, running towards the banking.
Harry Bartle there made a move on his teammate, previous teammate Brandon Truman. Brandon now races for the Thule Motorsport team. Looked like Brandon had made a mistake into that sharp left, and Harry very cleverly made a good move there on him.
Absolutely. So end of lap number 1, it's Antrobus from West, Moulton, Behrman, Bartle, Truman, Bell, Marsh, Denham and Craigie. That is the top 10 right now. Very high quality top 10. Who's made the most progress? Well, we've got a few drivers up 4 spots, including Vlad Tomanchuk, 21st. Lewis Goff is up to 11th, and as mentioned, Harry Bartle has also been on the move. Oh, a bit of a wide moment there for Antrobus. He's going to need to defend here as they go through this sequence of hairpins. Jack West just behind there in the KR Sports number 92. Good to see Jack West running well so far this weekend. Was in the final reckoning. In the pre-final at PF International was 26th. So another big step up for a driver running high there in the top 5. Hugh Moulton as well. Very impressive start to the season for Coles Racing, Nicole. Both himself and Harrison Crowther both running well in the points after round number 1. Looking to continue that form here this weekend. William Antrobus with a bit of a lead though right now, Nicole, and can get into a rhythm. It's down to the drivers behind to work together and catch him.
Yeah, definitely. William looks really strong in that kart as well. You watch the way he goes over the bump, holds the kart really strong, wheel is straight, and then you watch him into the left-hander as well. He almost pushes himself back into the seat to keep that kart planted on the floor. Means you can brake really hard and really late into the corner and get a fantastic run off of it.
He's definitely doing that right now. 7.5 minutes of this one to go. Fastest driver on circuit. We're going to go down to 8th place. Kenzo Craigie, we saw have some great race pace 1 week ago in the different formulas, of course. The first round for the Miami competition. If you missed any of the action last weekend for event 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, don't worry, you can watch it all back in full on the Karting UK YouTube channel, and of course the extended highlights as well, with the individual races uploaded on there in due course. 7 minutes of this first heat for the junior Rotax field to go though. Warning flag has just gone out to the number 43 of Ryan Gill, who's currently in 24th position. Also gaining out there, James Anagnostiadis, I think had a calm start. He didn't want to have any problems early on. Did slip down to 12th place, is now back up to P10. Also gaining, I think, out of there was Zach McDonald, is up to 14th.
Harry Bartle into the last corner, made a move there. He's now up 5 positions into 4th. Great start for him.
Yeah, really good stuff from the Strawberry Racing pilot with the O-plate. Won that at Wilton Mill earlier on in the year. Side by side there. That's a battle between Scott Marsh and Kenzo Craigie, which Scott Marsh has won out in that one. Now Kenzo Craigie has the attentions of his Argenti Motorsport teammate James Anagnostiadis to deal with. James Anagnostiadis, a little bit wide there, and in fact loses out to one of the DHRs. It is the number 49 coming through. That is Ellis Bell. Apologies, not one of the DHRs. Sorry, that was a Lando Norris suit catching me out for the first time this weekend. Good to have Ellis back as a privateer this weekend at Larkhall. The Scottish driver taking advantage and is up to 12th. 5.5 minutes of this one remaining. Race leader stretching out at the front of the pack. It's now 3/4 of a second clear. We're sticking with the battle in and around 10th place. You see Matteo Palazzo there, the Sultan Motorsport number 86. Had a great qualifying last time out at PF International. Just missed out on getting a good final result, but good to see Palazzo back up there again. Here down the inside, that looks to be the number 6 of Thomas Behrman, fighting back through past Brandon Truman into 5th place.
Cole Denham on Brandon Truman in the last corner as well there. We've got Vlad Tominuk is under investigation, the number 13. We'll find out a little bit later on what's happened to Vlad there. Lewis Goff sets the fastest lap, as we have just over 4 minutes to go left of this race. Quite a reserved start to the juniors compared to what we saw maybe last weekend with the X30s and at the first round at PFI.
Well, I think for the drivers, they're getting their way into this season, aren't they? They're starting to get a rhythm. They know what their situations are in terms of championship. A few drivers out there this weekend are already thinking, maybe I've not quite got the pace to win this weekend. This is about damage limitation. As Lewis Goff down the inside, side by side as well, between Scott Marsh and Brandon Truman. Truman got through in all of that, past the Tony Kart Works driver in the number 30. Yes, he did. Kenzo Craigie's also had a warning flag in the number 44. 4 minutes of this one to go. Antrobus looking comfortable at 0.8 of a second clear of Hugh Moulton now.
Very similar start to what we just saw from Lewis Gilbert in our first race.
As this circuit, some circuits we say it's quite hard to be a leader. PF International definitely being one of those with its long straights. Is this a bit of a change here at Larkhall in your experience, Nicole, that you can kind of just get into your rhythm when you're at the front?
Yeah, definitely. I think drivers can pull away, but equally so, it's one of those tracks where there's so much to get right, it's very easy to lose that lead.
Really good battle going on here. This is again all around 8th, 9th, 10th place. Marsh, Truman, Craigie, Lewis Goff in here as well. Very wide out of the final corner there was one of the...
Scott Marsh.
Yeah, it was one of the Strawberries. It was Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh now down to 13th place. Noah Barham's made some good progress in this race. Is now up to 14th. That's a gain of 6. as down the inside there is the number 29 making a move. That's Albie Lapper. Was in 19th place. I think that was a move on his Strawberry Racing teammate Zach McDonald in the number 80. 2 minutes and 40 to go. Now it's starting to feel more like a usual affair in the juniors, as towards the banked hairpin there. That is one of the Tooling Motorsports. I think that's Brandon Truman. Yes, it is the number 87 finding a way past Kenzo Craigie. How do you play this one, Nicole? This feels right now, for any of these drivers in this mix, this is one of those where it could go very right for you. You could get a decent top 10, but it could also go very wrong and you end up outside the top 20. My
experience at this track, like you said, it either goes really, really well or really, really wrong.
Oh, and there's a moment for Matteo Palazzo where both drivers involved in that Contretemps are just going to lose out. I think the other one involved was Arian Bansal in the number 48. James Anagnostiadis now having to be a bit defensive to keep drivers behind him through the hairpins. 1 minute and 40 to go right now. Drivers are saying the top 5, top 6 really are checked out and done. They'll take these ones through to the end. As I say, it's about whether these drivers here can keep themselves in the top 10 at the moment. James Anagnostiadis is in that 10th position. Down the inside there was a move. I think that was Scott Marsh making a move on Ellis Bell for 11th spot. Apologies to Anagnostiadis, now down to 13th spot. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. Here is the fight between Brandon Truman and Kenzo Craigie. This is over 8th place. And they have been able to get a bit of a gap, these two drivers, Nicole, on the rest. It shows that, again, this is a circuit where if you work together, you can pull out a gap. Yeah, definitely. We're seeing a similar thing by Hugh Moulton and Jack West there behind William. Jack West just kind of pushing Hugh around. He's not really got behind him and tried to do anything there. Absolutely. I saw one of the Hunter Motorsport drivers getting involved there. I think that was William Archer in the number 61. 30 seconds on the clock then. I think it'll be this lap plus one more. Leader is on the backstretch going towards turn number 5. James Anagnostiadis here, 13th place at the moment. That's just behind him, Noah Barham in the double 2. 22 Dan Holland Racing Machine. As one of the drivers with the most positions gained so far in this race. Most of all of them, Lewis Goff. As that down the inside is Kenzo Craigie. Gains another position, back up to 8th place ahead of Brandon Truman. More position changes going on. That was a nice move from the number 29 of Albie Lapper, back up to 17th place. Final lap beginning though, and well, for the second time so far today is the number 53 having a moment there. That was Isaac Barker. He's shuffled down to 23rd place. We've got to say, Nicole, William Antrobus looking really strong so far this weekend. 1.14 seconds in the lead. Yeah, like we said previously, he's pretty much replicated what Lewis Gilbert did in the seniors earlier, if not probably bettering it. Yeah. Wonder if our next race we'll see something similar. Well, the next race will be the second one for Junior Rotax, but for William Antrobus, he'll be able to watch that one knowing he's done a very good job indeed, continuing the form that we saw here 2 weeks ago for the club meeting. Antrobus wins by 1.5 seconds ahead of Hugh Moulton. Very close on the line there between Moulton and West, separated by a 10th. Harry Bartle, P4, good start for his weekend. Of course, second in the championship at the moment. 5th for Thomas Behrman, 6th for Cole Denham, who, as I say, does look very much had a struggle earlier on in the season at PF, but the team have been working hard to get him up towards the front of the order, and yeah, he's very much back in the order of things there with that 6th place. Lewis Goff was your biggest mover in that race, a bit in a lonely position at the end of it, but gained 8 spots up to 7th place. 8th, Kenzo Craigie, Scott Marsh 9th, Brandon Truman in 9th, Barham, Anagnostiadis, Archer, Bansal and Albie Lapper complete the top 15. Zach McDonald in P16 ahead of Matteo Palazzo. Ryan Gandour in 18th place ahead of Marcel Popical, up 4 spots there for Popical. Good drive for KMS. Ryan Gill, after an early spin, recovered to P20 ahead of Barker, Cameron, Tomanchuk, Aidan McDonald, Ellis Bell, and Kai Veach in 26th place. All 26 drivers finished, covered by some 25 seconds. But a good job so far, Nicole, for your race winner. There he is on the Xpree chassis. Sam Pollitt Racing, William Andrewus, 1 race, 1 win.
Yeah, knowing William as well, he'll be very, very happy with that, feeling confident. He's one of those drivers where I think his confidence just grows and grows and grows. In the comments there, we've got Richard. Richard looking forward to the Minimax races a little bit later on. But next up will be the Junior Rotaxes once again.
Yep. Will be groups B and D out on circuit next, the other half of the field here this weekend. The juniors will be back out again later on, so if you are following a driver in particular who's just been in that race, Group A drivers will be out again at 3:55 local time here in Scotland. So that will be anyone who started on the pole side of the grid of that last race. Anyone in Group C on the anti-pole side for that last race. Then next race is the one immediately after at 4:15 local time. The drivers having a quick discussion, of course, of how that first heat of the weekend went for them down in scrutineering. And yeah, I think particularly for those drivers at the front, there was a bit of a scramble, 8th place downwards there. For those drivers in that top 6 in particular, they'll be able to maybe save a little bit of tyre. It's on these very grippy conditions, but again, when it's grippy, that sometimes means the tyres can suffer. They'll be very, very happy with their progress. Plenty of goings on behind the scenes here as well. I believe we can have a quick look into part of the officialdom here. That's the CCTV camera room here this weekend. You can see it's just in the truck to the side of the pre-grid, the team in there. Again, looking through all of the cameras set around the circuit. More eyes than just human eyes out there this weekend. They can replay all the moments that they want to have a look at, and then if they deem fit, of course, refer any incidents to the stewards.
Yeah, it's a great system, especially as a driver. You know that whatever's going around you is being watched, makes everything fairer, makes everything more competitive as well, I think.
Indeed, and as I say, those in there will be getting ready for the next race, and of course that will be Junior Rotax Groups B and D. So there they are getting ready they are ready in pre-grid. They're waiting for the instruction to set out onto their formation lap. Drivers on the left-hand side of your screen, those are all the drivers in Group B. So drivers second, 6th, doing the quick maths in my head, 10th and so on and so forth down the order from time to qualifying. Everyone on the other side, on the right-hand side, are drivers in Group D. And again, looking through the names in this one, Joshua Turnbull has impressed me so far this weekend. Nicole looked pretty quick yesterday in practice and has converted that pace into a strong run through timed qualifying. He'll start this race from pole position. And Jacob Ashcroft again, taking that big step from minis into juniors, impressing again, is also on the front row for this one. Yeah,
although Jacob is one of those younger drivers that has moved up, he's also evolved into one of those drivers where every single race meeting you turn up, you're anticipating for him to be fast and for him to be one of the names to beat.
Absolutely. Also great to see John Buchan for Craft Motorsport. First time we've seen John race this season, and stuck it on the 4th row of the grid for this heat. There's Kasper Tomaszewski as well. First time that we've seen Tomaszewski in the main championship. We saw him at O-Plate, but it's good to see him back as well. We'll be back shortly after these short messages. Time to go racing again here at Larkhall. Let's have a look through the grid for Groups B versus D in Senior Rotax. On pole position, Joshua Turnbull starting alongside Jacob Ashcroft. Liam Hasty and Kai Clark start on row 2. Charlie Neve and Cameron Nelson on row 3. And John Buchan, for the first time this season, starts on the 4th row of the grid alongside Jacob Woods.
Owen Neve and Joe Anderson will be starting on row 5. Harrison Crowther and Tom Min-Spearing, row 6. Lizzie Mentier, Aris Majukas on row 7, and Harrison Whitcomb, championship leader, and Adam Wooden on row 8.
Lucas Blanford and Finley Buck start on row 9. Lachlan Johnston and Charlie Cox complete the top 20 on row 10. Victor Hansen and Shane Chandari start on row 11 ahead of Casper Tomaszewski and Joshua Smith. It's a 26 kart field completed by Sebastian Lusch and Emily Cotty. So the field getting itself in order then. It's an all DHR front row of the grid here for this one. But Leon Hasty, who looked very quick 2 weekends ago, of course, could have won the final here. Let's see how his British Kart Champs round gets going, and the 10 minutes are underway. First time of asking for this set of drivers. Do you believe it's Joshua Turnbull who's taking the lead in the early stages of this one from pole position? Yes, it is. Hasty's got up to P2. He's broken the stranglehold of the DHRs from the front row of the grid immediately. Down the backstretch and towards turn number 5, the big braking zone. Drivers fanning out 2, nearly 3 wide on this first lap of the race into the stadium section. Great spot to watch the racing from. As towards the back of the field, I think there's a slight problem there for the number 15 of Joshua Smith in the Jax Motorsport Project 1 racing machine, but still in the race and still a good amount of time, Nicole, to get back into the action here.
Cameron Nelson making up some position. Jacob Ashcroft making up positions. Lost out some places on the first lap, made them back up again. He sits back in 3rd.
Does indeed. You mentioned Cameron Nelson as well. Had a pretty good run of things at PF International last time out. A little bit under the radar, perhaps, with a trio of 7th placed scores from the work that he did that weekend. Hauls of points on offer this weekend, similar to what we saw for Event 2 last week. It's a 65-point haul for being top at one of the stages. The first of those stages being after a culmination of all of the drivers' heats, 2 of them. So top driver in the intermediate classification gets 65. Then, of course, the pre-final tomorrow, another haul of 65 points. And then the final to wrap things up on Sunday. So 3 opportunities for drivers to score championship points here this weekend.
Has been a lead change there as well. Leon Hasty has gone in on Joshua Turnbull on the later stages of that previous lap. Now leads by 0.06.
Yeah, well, Leon Hasty's definitely one of those drivers this weekend. Knows the circuit very well, as down the inside. Look at that. That is the number 17 Coles Racing machine, piloted by Harrison Crowther, getting through and back up another position. 7.5 minutes remaining in this one. So in fact, Crowther's got 2, I think, on this lap. Is up to 6th place now, past Owen Neve. Neve, who's impressed so far here in Scotland. 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Hasty from Turnbull, Ashcroft, Nelson, you 1, 2, 3, 4. Charlie Neve there in 5th place. Who's gained the most positions so far in this race? Well, it's a tie at the moment between 3 drivers. Crowther, as mentioned. Finley Buck is also up 5 spots to 13th. And Emily Cotty from the back of the grid. Good to see Emily moving up to 21st place.
Sebastian Lusch in there as well, making up 8 positions.
Of course, yes. So he's the most gained the most out there right now.
That move completed by Leon Hasty on Joshua Turnbull's brought Jacob Ashcroft and Cameron Nelson back into the fight there. So we have got a DHR 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to do as a team. Will they just sit there, or will they make some moves on each other? Indeed,
but unfortunate moment there for John Buchan in the number 63. Just found himself on driver's right and slightly off the circuit and lost a number of positions in all of that. New fastest lap of the race from Harrison Crowther, sitting there at the moment in 6th place. Buchanan's re-emerged in 15th spot. And one of the drivers from this part of the world racing for Craft Motorsport this weekend. Here's an interesting situation. Nicole, Owen Neve, Kai Clark and Harrison Whitcomb, 7th, 8th and 9th. And you were hearing from Harrison Whitcomb earlier that, you know, championship leader, has been on some great form, whatever we've seen him racing so far this weekend, but that qualifying earlier on today means he is definitely in damage limitation mode right now.
Yeah, most definitely. I think as championship leader as well, he'd probably be more focused on getting some consistent points rather than trying to break the world record and make a mistake. Up at the front there, we now have we had a 4 kart train. I believe it's now a 6 kart train as we get a technical flag for the 63 of John Buchan.
Yeah, so John Buchan there. Yeah, I think that might be as a result of what we saw with him running wide. And we'll try and catch a sight of the number 63 out of our window to see what the cause of the technical flag is. But either way, that's going to be the end of the race for the number 63. Really good scrap at the front of the field, though.
Move round
holding it at the front.
Move round the outside by Jacob Ashcroft, coming out of that corner as well on his teammate. Does look like Cameron Nelson was having a look on his teammate Turnbull there, and that's brought Harrison
Crowther back into it, yeah. Really good stuff once again. Charlie Neve also looking to pick up opportunities there in 6th. Harrison Whitcomb with the new fastest lap of the race. Well, the race pace is definitely there for the Argenti Motorsport driver so far.
We've got a comment there as well. How old are these guys in the juniors? I think average age is about 14 to 15 for these guys.
Yeah, drivers can enter from around 12 years of age up to 15. That's when they then, of course, step up into the seniors. The drivers, plenty of hopes for the weekend. And, there's 2 drivers there finding themselves on quite a big curb. It's very big curbs here, Nicole, at Larkhall. It's one of those circuits that you definitely don't want to be touching them.
No, definitely. There's only really... only a warning flag for Tom Minspearing there. I thought it was something a little bit more. It's one of those circuits where the curbs are so big you want to avoid where you can. You do have a flatter curb just after the start-finish line where you really run over it to make the track shorter for yourself. And it's a great place as well that you can gain some positions. But other than that, you try and avoid these curbs where you can.
Absolutely. It's almost at times got a bit of a street circuit feel to it, to this track. There is the number 63 of John Buchan, unfortunately out of the race. That was after the technical flag. I don't know if you can see, Nicole, there what's happening down at the rear left of the kart.
It doesn't look like it's back. Potentially could be the back bumper. It looked like the mechanic was doing something with some cable ties there, so just wondering if he's cable tied it back on.
Indeed. Well, Buchan will return to the circuit. 3 minutes to go in this one. Leon Hasty back at the front, looking pretty comfortable right now. That's got some attentions behind in the form of 3 drivers for Dan Holland Racing. Jacob Ashcroft, the first of them right now. And Ashcroft's looking down the inside for the race lead and takes the race lead. In there goes Joshua Turnbull as well, but Hasty's having none of that.
Fantastic move by Jacob there. Really controlled, really late on the brakes and really dived down the inside of Leon Hasty. I think it really helps him as well that you see the height difference between Jacob and Leon. Leon is a taller driver in this grid and Jacob is one of the smallest, so probably capitalised off of that quite a bit. Now leads Leon by 0.14.
Does indeed, but that's bringing more drivers into play now. And I see Harrison Crowther in there. Harrison Whitcomb, I said earlier, was on the defensive as Hasty got back through.
We were saying Jacob took the lead, but he's lost it again to Leon and to Cam Nelson.
Yeah, so he's still part of this group. It looks like it is there in 3rd place. It's wide and onto the grass there. That's going to be Cameron Nelson.
Joshua Turnbull, I believe.
Turnbull, the number 27, who's losing positions hand over fist right now. That is a real shame for Joshua Turnbull. It's a very tight part of the circuit. So Leon Hasty has got himself back to the front of the order. Cameron Nelson now P2. Ashcroft in 3rd. Crowther was in 4th place, but is now back into 4th place, but then loses it again in the space of a matter of about 5 seconds. That's all with for this namesake Harrison Whitcomb. So Harrison Whitcomb, well, maybe not on the damage limitation job right now, because 4th place from, well, it was 15th on the grid is a very, very decent return. Technical flag, the second one of the race. This time it's the number 23 of Lachlan Johnston who's going to have to come into the pits. As out is the number 77. It would look, that's going to be Kai Clark. Oh, such a shame. It's such a shame for Kai Clark. Great to see him here this weekend, and was up in the top 10, but a problem there for the KR Sport driver. Means he's not going to get the kind of results that he would have wanted to start the weekend. Any driver who, of course, can't quite make the top 28 of the intermediate classification does get to go in the repechage tomorrow. So definitely not all done at this stage there. Out of the race, the number 23 on your inset picture. That's Lachlan Johnston for Thule Motorsports. We saw that with the technical flag a few moments ago. Here, Harrison Crowther. Well, intriguing race this for Harrison Crowther, Nicole, because he started absolutely rapidly, but is now very much on the defensive. That's Lizzie Mentier just behind. This is all over 5th place, and Crowther having to work quite hard right now to keep himself in that top 5.
Crowther and Lizzie have they've both made up quite a few positions. Oh, as I say it, he's got a 5-second penalty.
Has indeed. Well, that definitely won't improve the situation for Harrison Crowther. We are on the final lap of this one. No trouble for Harrison Crowther. More defensive work that's done actually could convert into more positions lost once that 5 seconds has been applied. Back at the front, though, Leon Hasty in the lead. Needs to get it through these final couple of corners, though, because Cameron Nelson is not too far behind. But Leon Hasty looking calm at the wheel. You can see how physical the circuit can be, especially around that banked hairpin.
That banked hairpin, I think, unless you've driven the track, it's difficult to understand how physical it is to hold on to the kart going around there.
Is indeed. Over to take the checkered flag, though. Leon Hasty takes his first race victory of the weekend. A very, very good performance from the Scottish driver. And another win for the Scots here in the heats. Lots of reasons to be happy, and particularly that was a bit of a different race to what we've seen so far today, Nicole. You know, it wasn't a case of Leon disappearing off the front, lost the lead momentarily to Jacob Ashcroft. So I think that's probably an even more satisfying win for Leon, that was able to fight back and retake that one.
Yeah, different to what we've seen before, but all the same, still interesting to watch. Great start, like we said before, by Harrison Whitcomb. He had previously said, to a member of the team, damage limitation, but I don't know about that one. That was quite impressive.
It's often a thing with drivers who want to be part of a championship battle. You've got to do the business on the days that where you're not quite at the front of the order. Hasty, Nelson, Ashcroft, Whitcomb, Crowther. That is the top 5 provisionally, we should stress, of course. Lizzie Mentier up 7 spots to 6th. Finley Buck as well up 11 to 7th. Equal most positions gained with the aforementioned Whitcomb. Adam Wooden, good drive there, up 8 spots to 8th. Owen Neve held 9th. Thomas Spearing completes that top 10. Lucas Blanford and 11th. Joshua Turnbull recovered to 12th. Joe Anderson, Jacob Woods and Sebastian Lush all in the top 15. Good drive there from Lush as well, from the back of the grid. Aris Miauskas in 16th ahead of Charlie Cox, Joshua Smith, Charlie Neve and Emily Cotty. Cotty gaining 6 spots in that one. Victor Hansen, Chain Chandaria, Kasper Tomilewski, all with work to do, and then technical problems out there for John Buchan in the 24, Kai Clark and Lachlan Johnston. Right, well that brings Junior Rotax to the end of their first rotation of heats. All of the drivers in Junior Rotax, 52 of them here this weekend, have completed 1 heat. If you are a driver in Group B, the next time we'll see them will be at 4:15 this afternoon. That's when they'll be taking on drivers in Group C. For the drivers in Group D for Delta, slightly before, 3:55, going up against Group A. But good efforts from everybody out there. Still more racing to come here at Larkhall. We'll have Minimax up shortly. Hello in the comments. Hello to Stickman. How do you get into the British Kart Championships? Well, all the information is on the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships website. We've also done a feature this weekend that we'll show in due course, looking not just at getting involved on circuit, but off circuit as well, with many of the support roles here this weekend, whether that be stewarding, scrutineering, involved in the commercial side of things, the organisation, every aspect of running the events here. We've tried to cover in that. Plenty of ways to get involved, and all the information is, of course, on the Motorsport UK website. So do keep an eye out for that video, for that feature that'll be on the Karting UK YouTube channel in due course. Hello as well, because we're not just on the Karting UK YouTube channel today. Hello to everyone watching on Alpha Live, and also on Facebook as well, on the Alpha Live Facebook page, the Wera Tools British Kart Championships Facebook page, and the Wera Motorsport page as well. Hello to all of you watching across those platforms. Who else have we got in chat? Hello to Babs. Hello to Barbara Lapper, cheering on Albie Lapper. Had a good race earlier on this afternoon. Hello to Richard Barton again, who's cheering on the Minimax 950s, who will be out on circuit shortly. Hello to Mark Morrison, watching from Indiana. A big part of the world for racing, of course, in the month of May. Raced a few years in the mid-90s. Grandson has just started racing. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Mark. Hope you are well. There on your screens is the 146 of Edward Haynes. Will be on the front row for Minimax 950, who put on a stunning display in their final last time out at PF International. If you've not watched it, I think I'm right in saying it was one of Alpha Live's races of the week. Yeah, expecting some good things again from them this weekend.
Emerson on our front row on pole as well. To note, Emerson got his fastest lap in qualifying deleted. And he still has kept the pole position. Yeah, so 3-lap average, got his fastest lap taken away, but his 4th fastest lap was quick enough to keep him in that pole spot. Indeed.
So the Micromax champion from last year will start this race from pole position. Emerson McAndrew, you're in there in the background of your shots. Championship situation right now, just to run that down from PF International. Albert Friend is your championship leader with 192 points scored. One, of course, in that final at PF. Joshua Griffin is P2 in the championship on 184. Harry Taylor, who I think you told me earlier, Nicole, has had a bit of a dicky tummy so far this weekend, a bit of food poisoning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
he's 3rd at the moment in the championship. Luca Holmes, Ballack and Finlay Lyons completing the top 5.
Yeah, I believe Harry wasn't very well yesterday, missed out on testing, which obviously it's never ideal for a driver. You need to be putting those laps in and working the setup out. But great to see that it's not really affected him too much, and he sits on the 2nd row for this heat.
A Mark Webber-like performance. Going back a few years there, apologies if you've just eaten your lunch and just been reminded of that one from the Japanese Grand Prix in previous years. This race due to start, it's 2:33 local time here. 2:35 is when we'll have the green light. You can see Nigel Edwards, or most of Nigel Edwards, is missing his head with that framing of shots. Just having a little chat with the drivers on the front row, wanting to make sure that these starts go correctly. There you hear the very noticeable clearance of the grid. We'll be back shortly here at Larkhall. Minimax 950 up next. Let's take you through the grid then for the first heat of the weekend in Minimax 950. On the front row of the grid, Emerson McCandon-Ewan and Edward Haynes. Harry Taylor and Finley Lyons go from row number 2. Joshua Griffin and Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 3. Albie Friend and Tom Reed on row 4.
Riley Morrow and Josh Cormack on row 5, Jensen Chalk and Theo Bradshaw row 6. Row 7 is Fraser Anderson and Hasnain Khan. Row 8 is Alex Goodson and Sebastian Clark.
Max Gilman and Blair Smith go from row number 9. Benjamin Lorne and Oliver Spencer on row 10. Jack Collinson and Leo Livings, new paint lid and all, on row number 11. Louis Radcliffe and Charlie King starts on row number 12. Alfie Ward and Devin Taylor start on row 13. Finley Hines and Kieran Stewart on row 14. Jacob Jack and Jensen Walker on row 15. It's a 32 kart field this weekend for Minimax 950, completed by row 16, JJ Ambrose and Archie Rogers Tyler. 32 drivers, as we say. Good thing for the drivers there is that they know that they're all going to make the final. There's no need for a repechage this weekend for Minimax 950, but the risk as well, you don't want to leave yourself with too much work once we do get to those races tomorrow, the pre-final and the final. 2 heats for Minimax 950 here today. Are we ready to get this first one underway? Drivers will head into the tram lines. McCandon-Ewan on pole position. Haynes alongside on the front row. We're away and racing for 10 minutes plus 1 lap here in Minimax 950. Everybody's made it through. Problems there for Albie Friend right in the middle with a bright orange helmet. Falling down the order. 2 drivers off towards the back of the field as well, so there'll be yellow flags out. One of them is Leo Livings in that new race lid.
That is JJ Ambrose there as well, I believe.
Yeah, Jamie Ambrose. Well, I say Livings has got a... Oh, there's I think another driver off there through turn number 4. Loving the design on Livings. Very simple and easy to spot from the comms box. The problem is that also means when there's an issue, it's very easy to identify that in that case it was Livings in that one. It's out of the race is Jamie Ambrose. Does not go through sector number 1. So a few drivers having problems there on that first lap. McCandon-Ewan in the lead. Harry Taylor, P2. Joshua Griffin, P3. Great start as well for Riley Morrow, who's gained 5 places in all of that. Is up to 4th place. Hasnain Khan as well has gained 6 spots. So look out for the 116. The Hunter Motorsports prepared kart there is up to 8th place. But as I say, for McCandon-Ewan, another one of those drivers taking that step up to the next level, has been building across the course of the season. This is a great opportunity this weekend, don't you think, Nicole, to really show what he can do? Yeah,
Emerson had some great results last weekend at a different race, and I think he would have been coming into this feeling very confident and excited to perform, which he is definitely doing so far.
Absolutely. Hasnain Khan working through there. I think it's just getting another position past Tom Reed, the farmer, in the 111. I had a little chat to him yesterday during the Track Talk show we recorded last night. We were going a little bit of into more of the depth of the setups and what the different drivers are doing. He was having a little talk about jetting and the different ways that you can influence the kart setup round here.
Lots of different choices on gearing at this track as well. Especially in the bigger karts. There's some peculiar choices you can sometimes make where if you're at a different track you definitely wouldn't get away with, but the nature of this, where it's very long corners where you need a big kick, there's lots of different things that teams and drivers tend to choose.
Would you say, Nicole, that there's certain corners, maybe in the new section as well, where you set the kart up more? Oh, look at that, Finley Lyons down the inside of Riley Morrow. Takes 4th place. Edward Haynes has followed through as well. Well, after that, not perfect start for Albie Friend. It's just to set the fastest lap of the race in the 191 and is working his way back up the order into 10th place. Tom Reed has had a problem, it would seem. Has fallen to 31st position on that last lap. Yeah, just going back to that point, Nicole, certain areas of the circuit that you would focus on more in terms of setup versus others, especially for race trim?
Yeah, so, on your screens there, just before we get on that, that was Tom Reed there, yeah. Technical flag there for Jacob Jack as well, the 117. Just going back to your question, Andrew, Turn 4, there's 2 different approaches you can take to that turn. Definitely depending on your gearing. You can...
Oh, it's a moment there for Riley Murrow. Oh, good news is Riley has been able to get going again. He's lost a number of positions there, but that looks quite uncomfortable for Riley as, out of the race is Hasnain Khan. Hasnain Khan retires in the 1:16. And that is a real shame for a driver who'd had a great start in this race.
Move there by Finley Lines for 3rd position on Joshua Griffin.
Indeed, yellow flags out for the 1:17. Just to come back to Jacob Jack, it's a chain guard that is missing from the 1:17. So that will be a fairly straightforward fix for the team. 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this race. No problems for Emerson McAndrew-Ewan at the front of the order. 0.3 is the lead over his teammate Harry Taylor. Finley Lines not too far behind as well in 3rd. There, out of the race, is Jacob Jack. And unfortunately joins Hasnain Khan, Tom Reed and JJ Ambrose on the sidelines.
Jacob had a bit of a nasty one yesterday in practice. Kart did go up onto 2 wheels and did land back down again, but it's good to see that he's carried on with his weekend and that he's okay.
Yeah, and hopes as well that he could move back through the order. Just missed out on getting into the pre-final and the final last time around at PF. Less than 5 minutes on the clock into the second half of this race. There are your leaders going over the line. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan clear of Harry Taylor at the moment by 0.4 of a second, down towards turn 3, which immediately flows into turn 4. As you say, Nicole, a really important corner on this circuit because it's a long run now, all the way flat out to turn number 5. And you've got to carry a lot of corner speed as well, and that's a lot of corner speed for Finley Lines down the inside. Loving that, gets through and past Harry Taylor into 2nd place. Can he set about the race leader? Finley Lines, O-Plate winner at Wilton Mill, start of the year, dominated that meeting to kick things off for his 2024 season. Strong at PF International as well, as part of that big fight for the race win. Solid scores for Lines across the course of the weekend, and wasn't too shabby last weekend as well in the Miami classes when we were at PF International for event number 2. Yeah,
Lines did get a bit unlucky last weekend with qualifying and compromised some of his results, I think, overall, but the performance by him in his overtaking was absolutely fantastic. He's one of those drivers where I think your eyes are just drawn to him because he's lap after lap after lap. Even if he's you just go in from miles away and get the move done, and it's great to watch. A very talented young driver.
Absolutely. Closing in now on the race leader is Finley Lines, but got to be careful that he doesn't get too excited, of course. Remember, this is a heat. 3 minutes remaining on the clock. But for Emerson McAndrew-Ewan, he's been in this position plenty of times before. As we mentioned, Micromax champion last year, was 3rd in the final when the championship visited Larkhall in 2023.
Finley getting a great run out of turn 4 there. Let's see if he has a look into the corner, and he does. He has overtaken our race leader, Emerson McAndrew-Ewan, and now leads into the tight left-hander.
Absolutely, really good stuff from the Minimax 950 drivers yet again. I do think they're going to be one of the most entertaining classes across the course of 2024 here for the 2024 Virtuals British Kart Championships. A lot of drivers who've stepped up from the Micromax category of last year, which entertained a lot of people around the country. The drivers who know each other well, and how important is that, Nicole, as you're stepping up through the order to be around with a set of drivers where you know their racing styles?
I think straight away it lets these drivers definitely feel more comfortable in what they're doing. They know how their competitors are going to act on the track, so I think in some senses it makes it a bit easier for them. I do think though for when you have a driver that you know well and you know they're very quick, and they kind of phrase we use, "Ooh, we do have someone going off of the rumble strip there." Did you see who that was, Andrew?
It might have been the 153 of Harry Taylor, because Harry Taylor's lost a couple of positions there. It's now behind Joshua Griffin and Edward Haynes. There's also been a +5 second penalty for Luca Holmes-Ballack. So the number 128 is going to be moving a little bit down the order through, and once we get to the end of the race, and that 5 second penalty has been applied. 60 seconds to go then on the clock. Finley Lines and Emerson McAdger-Ewan in a really, really good position right now, as this is the fight for third. That is Edward Haynes down the inside, but Joshua Griffin's going to reply here. Good racing between these two. Haynes retakes the position through the tight left-hander. And I was speaking to Edward Haynes and his mechanic yesterday, who very much felt that they had, in terms of race pace, had a really good package. They were setting not the fastest lap times in free practice yesterday, but fast lap times without a toe. They thought that was a really important thing to get nailed down earlier on in this weekend, and that's definitely showing. He's fought his way back up to third place, also fighting his way back. Should note his Albie friend. You just saw the 191 with the orange and black helmet just behind it. I think he's going to need a bit of luck to join this group and potentially get back into the top 5. But a good run there for Albie friend, championship leader, back into 6th. Time has expired then. Drivers will see the last lap board this time around. Finley Lines and Emerson McAdger-Ewan quite happy at the moment just to hold things line astern first and second. This has been a good drive from Emerson McAdger-Ewan. He's kept with Finley Lines here. Very, very wise head on young shoulders, I think, in the 133 there. And be knowing, right, I've got one more lap to try and make a way through. Got 3 seconds behind me, so there's no real threat of falling back to third. Where do you think Emerson's going to try and pull a move here, Nicole?
Oh, I would say he might try and get the run out of turn 4 and down through the back straight into the kink before this other sector. I'd say that's where he might have a look.
Indeed. Well, we'll see that in due course. Actually, Finley Lines has got a really good run from 4 into 5 through the kink. Next into that tight left-hander, carrying a lot of speed. I think this is going to be good for Finley Lines if he can just find his way through the banked hairpin.
Ooh,
and a bit wide yet. That's going to be the chance for Emerson McAdger-Ewan. Gone there. She's pushing a bit too hard on the front axle. Finley Lines is going to take another race victory this season in the Minimax 950 category. Takes the first heat of the weekend. P2 for your pole sitter, Emerson McAdger-Ewan. Good points for Emerson there in the 133. Edward Haynes home in third place. 4th for Joshua Griffin. 5th for Harry Taylor. It would be 6th for Albie Friend, but a +5 second penalty notification has just come up on our screens. So that will demote Friend down to around the Max Gilman region, I think in 15th place. Same for Luca Holmes-Ballack, who also has a +5 second penalty. So Jensen Chalk, Josh Cormack, Blair Smith, Jack Collinson and Sebastian Clark will all gain an advantage from that and all move and remain in the top 10 once those penalties have been applied. Fraser Anderson P13, Oliver Spencer home in 14th. Max Gilman completes the top 15 on the road. Alex Goodson, Devin Taylor, Riley Murrow, Finley Hines, rather. There we go. That's another one in the Finley confusion jar for 2024.
I've done it twice, Andrew, so...
Alfie Ward complete the top 20. Theo Bradshaw in P21. Kieran Stewart, Louis Radcliffe, Leo Livings. Good to see Leo back up from the problems early on to finish P24 ahead of Benjamin Lawn. Jensen Walker, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Charlie King, the last of the 28 finishers in that one. Retirements, unfortunately, for Hasnain Khan, Jacob Jack, Tom Reed and Jamie JJ Ambrose. But another chance for those drivers later on today. They shouldn't despair. All drivers are guaranteed a spot in the pre-final and the final for tomorrow. But yeah, they'll be looking to get things back on track in heat number 2. Drivers into scrutineering then. First job, get on the weighing scales. Make sure that drivers are above the minimum weight limit. Good response there from Lines and McAdger-Ewan, congratulating each other on a good race, a fair race as well, which we like to see. Edward Haynes, P3. Reasons to be happy there for, I think, Thule Motorsport team. Emerson McAndrew-Uren having a chat there with Finlay Lyons, talking through how that race went from both of their perspectives. But yeah, it's a really good battle for the lead, I thought.
Yeah, regardless of that slight mistake on the last lap by Emerson, stood there talking to competitive Finlay and still looks happy with his performance, which is really good to see.
Yeah, he gave his all in that one, and it's good points. He'll have another opportunity from pole position later on today, or at least from the front row. Yes, he will have another opportunity from pole position later on today. Albie Friend, things to think about there. Be interested to see and find out what happened there on the first lap, because just coming through turns 1 and 2, that's where it just didn't go right for Albie Friend at all. But starting from the 4th row again in heat number 2, that second heat for Minimax 950 will be at 4:35 local time, so set your watches for that one. Just in around 1 hour, 1 3/4 hours time-ish. But absolutely on the nose. 4:35 is when we'll see Minimax out again. There's Leo Living, so that's good to see a little wave from Leo. Unfortunate there on the first lap. But we always say that a new race leader is worth at least 0.3 seconds per lap. And that showed, because Leo was able to work his way back up to P24. There, in the dummy grid, Nicole is our next group. It'll be race 5. Micromax UK are out next. And for these drivers, well, it's all been so far this season about 2 drivers in particular, Joshua Cook and Luke Millward, and the 2KR Sport teammates, 1st and 2nd in the championship, 1st and 2nd on the grid as well for this one.
Yeah, we say that. However, we did see Arthur Farrow won the first round very quick indeed. So I think we kind of, at the first round, counted maybe one of the KR Sport drivers to be the winner, but Farrow came through for the DHR team and took the win.
He did. He's 3rd in the championship points right now. It was a weekend where for Arthur Farrow, he had to build through the course of the weekend, had problems in the heat, was 10th in the intermediate classification. And you can see there, Arthur Farrow actually is going to have to do it again. Starts this one from road number 12. But as you say, took the race win in the final at PF International. Was 3rd in the pre-final as well. So we know that Farrow can race through a field. But yeah, he's going to have to get those overtaking shoes on in this one to keep scoring those points. Because you say Luke Millward, 1st and 7th of the point scoring classifications last time out. Leads the championship standings by, I think, only a couple of points. Yeah, 2 points over his teammate Joshua Cook, who was 2nd, and 3rd through the 3-point allocating stages at PF International.
Good to see Dean Powell back up at the front.
Yeah.
Dean, very, very strong O-plate. Maybe not as strong on the first round at PFI, but it's good to see that that they're back up at the front.
Yeah, I think for Dean, a lot's been learnt over the last 6 to 9 months, and she's putting it to a really, really good position. He's in that spot where it's knocking on the door for a race victory, and it could come this weekend. Very nearly took pole position, of course, in this session earlier on. So for Dean, yeah, I think we can see some great performances there in the number 23. We'll be back in a short few moments. More racing to come up here at Larkhall. Micromax out next. Let's take you through the grid. It's an all KR Sports front row for this one. Josh Cook and Luke Millward will start on the front row, looking to recommence the battle that they had at PF International earlier on in the season. Dean Pahal there, third on the great. Great performance from the driver in the number 23. He's joined by George Swire on that second row of the grid. Josh Hushka and Max Jolly on row 3. Max Jolly very impressive so far this weekend. Austin Oman won here at the club round 2 weeks ago, starts alongside Maximilian Abrahart.
Row number 5, we have Lucian Smith and Sebastian Bierman. 6, we have Alfie Mayer and Charlie Page. Row 7, we have Chloe McGill from Scotland and Ansel Murray. Row number 8, we have Maria Roberto and James Roots.
Harry Radcliffe and Benedictas Masioka start on row 9. George Climo and Albert Farrow start on row number 10. Logan Rolfe and Harris Barber on row 11. Winner from PFI in the final. Arthur Farrow starts this one from row 12 alongside Hamish Gordon and Buddy Hugo on and Alfie Garrett on row 13. Very interesting qualifying in this one. First of 2 heats for Micromax UK this weekend. There is George Swire just trying to get back alongside Dean Pahal on the second row of the grid. I don't think quite has been able to do so. Let's see if they're going to go around again for another formation lap here. But yes, your 2 championship leaders, top 2 in the championship standings right now on the front row of the grid for this one. Farrow currently 3rd in the points. We've got my maths right as well. Sebastian Behrman is 4th. Maximilian Abrahart 5th. Austin Oman 6th. Alfie Mayer, George Swire, Max Jolly and Charlie Page all inside the top 10 right now. And Charlie Page was very quick in free practice towards the end of yesterday. Starts this one on the 6th row of the grid. So yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of drivers making overtakes in this race. It's going to be a very competitive field this weekend. The drivers will get themselves formed up. Cook, Millward, Pahal, Swire, Hushka, Jolly, Oman, Abrahart, Smith and Behrman. That is your top 10. Number of drivers looking for their first win of the season as well. For the 2 drivers at the front, the KR Sport teammates, they will look to get a good start once again. They've been in this position many times so far this weekend. Into the tram lines they go. 10 minutes are underway. Good start for both of the drivers on the front row of the grid, but it's going to be Cook on the inside. Pahal, he's through into second place in the early stages, into turn number 3, and then 4 they go. It's looking good so far for the Micromax drivers. They're all through, mostly, yes, they are all through and on their way to turn number 5.
Great start by Max Jolly there, making up some positions into turn 4. Also defending really well. We've got a move there by the number 11 on the 55, who goes back through.
Yeah, that's Austin Oman and Josh Hushka fighting there. Look at this from Dean Pahal all over the rear bumper of the O-plate. Joshua Cook down the inside. Goes Pahal. Oh, it's not quite going to work on this occasion. Here comes Luke Millward in the number 38 down the inside. Good move there from Pahal around the outside to hold on to second place. This is what we've seen, isn't it, Nicole, from the last few weeks, or the last few months rather, from Dean Pahal. A new fight there in the number 23, a new confidence to go for these moves. And yeah, it didn't quite work on that occasion, but it's still there in second place and a good opportunity to go again. Yeah,
I definitely think Dean's found some fire in his belly this season. Great start. Ooh.
Oh, as that's a bit close there with the number 14 getting involved. That's Max Jolly.
That was well held by Max. Held the steering wheel nice and straight. Didn't let the under or oversteer cause a spin for him.
Absolutely. And Max Jolly is still very early in his time in karting.
Yeah, and caught up with his mechanic Jordan yesterday at Top Golf, and he was saying, you know, Max has only been doing this since September. Very, very impressive.
And particularly this weekend, I think at PF International, it was a bit of a learning experience for that first round of the year, but has been quick in free practice so far this weekend. 8 minutes of this one to go. End of lap number 2. It's Cook from Pahal, Hushka, Oman, Millward. That is your top 5. Austin Oman currently the fastest driver on the circuit with a 56.31 last time around. Joshua Cook at the front of the order. Not breaking away at the moment, but then again, the style of racing that we see here in Micromax is very different to other categories as Pahal down the inside takes the lead of the race. Well, we saw Dean Pahal take a heat win at the O-Plate at the start of the season. Could this be a first one of the weekend here at Larkhall? That was a lovely move down the inside and into the lead.
Also seeing out the corner of my eye, there's a lot of dust. There's a big dust cloud kind of going over the side of the track. So just wondering which driver has taken probably a bit too much rumble strip.
Indeed, might be Buddy Hugo, because Buddy Hugo's just fallen, unfortunately, down to 26th place as back at the front of the order. Dean Pahal now leading this one from Joshua Cook into turn 3, then turn number 4. Austin Owen, as I say, it's been very quick in preparations for this second round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship season. Right there in third, as here goes Cook down the inside of Pahal, repeated the same move that we saw from Pahal one lap ago. Joshua Cook back into the lead of the race. Austin Owen there in third. Chloe McGill's had a great start, up to 11th place. I think she's really building in confidence through this second round.
Yeah, definitely finding her feet within this championship, I'd say.
There's been a plus 5 second penalty, unfortunately, to George Swire.
Ooh.
As one driver cutting across the grass there. I think it's one of the DHLs. I think that was the number 42 of Albert Farrow. Talking about brother Arthur Farrow, up 5 spots at the moment for the winner last time out at PF. That's him up to 18th place. That's a new fastest lap for George Swire, so at least the pace is there.
As you say that, George Swire, fastest lap, has been given a 5 second penalty. Yeah,
it has indeed. So for George Swire, this becomes a bit of a time trial, and I hope to get as far down the road as possible and still have a good final position. The trouble is right now, George Swire's got all that pace and 4 drivers fighting hard right ahead of him. Owen's got through past Pahal for second place on the road. George Swire is now past Jos Hushka, it would seem, for 4th place. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock, and it's still very much all to be decided in this one. Not quite into the second half of the time, of course. But it's Joshua Cook at the front of the order. Looking pretty comfortable right now. It's got 0.3 out ahead of the rest of the order. This is the thing, because Austin Oman has closed in on the fastest part of the circuit and taken the lead of the race. Well, Austin Oman, Pahal down the inside. Lovely stuff again from Dean Pahal. He just seems to be on the ball with these overtakes, so brave on the brakes. That was a bold one down the inside. It's into second place.
Yeah, this front pack, they're almost going, it's my turn, no, it's my turn, no, it's my turn.
Very, very good. And, well, the one driver who won't be enjoying this right now is George Swire with that 5 second penalty, but it has been able to get up to 3rd place. If George Swire can get to the very front, let's see if the fastest lap pace is there to break away. I don't think he's going to be able to get 5 seconds clear of the others, but to get maybe a top 8, maybe even a top 5 as this race goes on, could be the aim for George Swire right now in the number 82 once that penalty has been applied. I'll tell you who else is having a good race, Nicole. George Climo has gone up to 8th. He's gone up 8 places and is into 11th. A good run there for the Coles Racing pilot. Back with our battle for the lead, though, and still holding this one ahead of the others. Dean Pahal in 2nd place.
As you were saying about Coles yesterday, caught up with Aaron Charles, one of their TMs. They weren't quite happy with the performances done in the practices, but so far today with Hugh Moulton and, like you said just then, George, Harrison Crowther as well, having a much better day today.
Yeah, they definitely have got on top of things overnight and improving through timed qualifying. There's a move for 3rd place. That is Cook back down the inside of George Swire. George Swire didn't look too pleased about that one. I think you can see Alfie Mayer joining this group as well in the number 15 for Zip Factory team with the black and yellow details. That tells you about the pace of this race, that great fun, great overtaking at the very front of the order, but it is off there and back onto the circuit. That is the number 82 of George Swire. Well, this race just isn't going Swire's way right now, back down to 8th place, and all the while, that 5-second penalty is going to be moving him down to around 15th place as things stand.
Battle going on as well for 6th between Max Jolly and Josh Husker.
Yeah, it's been a good run so far this weekend for Husker. Was 9th in the final at PF. Had an up and down, 13th in the final at PF. It was an up and down weekend for driver racing. Another one of the drivers for Sam Pollitt Racing. And as a team, they do look in really good form so far this weekend, SPR. They have a driver in the lead of this race right now. His name is Austin Oman. Less than a tenth of a second clear of Dean Pahal, though, the first of the drivers for RCE. We've also got Alfie Garrett, Ansel Murray in this race, have RCE, as there's a driver off just looking out of our window, stranded out of the tight hairpin. We'll get back to that in a moment. I think
is that one of the Farrow brothers?
Yeah, I think it's Arthur Farrow. Arthur Farrow has not come through sector number 3. So that is a real shame for the winner last time out. Falls to 26th place, so a drive that we were talking about coming through the field, and on a recovery, as back through comes Pahal, retakes the lead of the race. Yellow flags out through the next part of the circuit, but the move was done, at least from our vantage point, well before that. It's an opportune move for Dean Pahal, because we always say, don't we, Nicole, one of the earliest opportunities, the best opportunities to re-overtake when you've just lost the lead is immediately away. Because they were running through yellow flags, that opportunity simply wasn't there for Austin Oman. So no need for Dean Pahal to defend through that part of the course. He now leads with 2 laps to go, quarter of a second clear of the rest. Into turn 3 then. Dean Pahal checks over the shoulder. It's a good move for Joshua Cook coming in here. Maybe an opportunity into turn 5. Instead, Cook is going to help Oman to get back down the inside and retake the lead of the race from Pahal. Pahal's going to have to fight in here to keep into second, maybe even to third, because here comes Luke Millward now as well. So Oman retakes the lead. But this has been I think this is going to be the story of the weekend for Micromax. This is going to be a category where no one's going to be able to dominate. It's going to produce some very exciting racing.
Joshua Cook there going into the last corner was signalling quite passionately to Pahal, follow me, let's go, instead of overtaking.
Absolutely. Alfie Mayer's up to 5th place now. That's a gain of 6 for the driver in the number 15. Max Jolly's just set the fastest lap of the race. There could be a squabble there for the last spot in the top 5. Who's going to be able to hold on for this race victory, though? Austin Oman leads into crucial turn number 5. It's Pahal down the inside of Cook this time. That's another great move from Dean Pahal up into 2nd place. The move was on and he went for it into the banked hairpin. Pahal's having a look down the inside. Is there too much speed? There isn't too much speed, but it's still going to be side by side. Oman with a great run out of the banked hairpin. Retakes the lead through the chicane towards the final corner now. Who's going to take race victory? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Oman is going to just hold on by 0.11 of a second ahead of Dean Pahal. Luke Millward takes 3rd ahead of his teammates, Joshua Cook in 4th and Alfie Mayer 5th. Well, no disrespect to the other classes. Nicole, I think we've just seen race of the weekend so far there.
Dean Pahal is not afraid of making an ambitious overtake. He, that was impressive by Dean.
Yeah, no, really, really good stuff from all drivers involved in Micromax. But it's the winner from the WSKC round that preceded us here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships at Larkhall. It takes the first heat of the weekend. 0.1 of a second clear of Dean Pahal. One of the best results for the RCE driver so far this season within the championship. Luke Millward in 3rd, Joshua Cook 4th, Alfie Mayer 5th, Max Jolly P6 ahead of Josh Josh Hushka, George Swire, Lucian Smith and Sebastian Behm, and that is the top 10. Good drive from George Climo, up to 11th place ahead of James Roots and Alfie Garrett. Alfie Garrett, I think, was your biggest mover in that race. Yes, up 13 spots, so another bit of overtaking prowess from an RCE driver there. Harry Radcliffe 14th ahead of Benedictas Masiokas 15th. Maximilian Eberhardt 16th ahead of Maria Roberto. Albert Farrow in 18th place. Ansel Murray and Hamish Gordon. Good to see Hamish Gordon moving up there. The privateer, first time we've seen Hamish so far this season. P20, Logan Rolfe, Charlie Page, Chloe McGill, Buddy Hugo and Harris Barber complete the 25 finishers. You can see there's one kart still running out there. Tian Pahal is running. I'm a bit confused by that. That's why the number 23 is still circulating, but never mind that right now. One retirement in that race, Arthur Farrow, P26, a retirement 4 laps from the end. Well, that completes things for the first heat for Micromax. The next time we will see the Micromax drivers out on circuits will be 16:55, 4:55 p.m., so just before 5. We'll see them going once more, so don't wait till 5 o'clock. Make sure you're back a good 10 minutes before that if you need to pop out for the next Micromax race.
Just a note for you there, Andrew, I've had in my ear. I think Dean might have still been going around the track because those micros didn't realise that the race was finished and they were still racing down to the bottom corner, I believe.
Right. There we go. There we go, indeed. As I say, we'll see Micromax back out later on this afternoon. Next, back out on circuit, Senior Rotax reappearing. This will be the first race for anyone in Group A and the second race for anyone in Group C. I know we talked a little bit about this before, Nicole. Oh, there's I don't think Josh Cook looks too happy with that result. 4th place. No, still good points for Josh, and I think that's going to be, again, one of the things with Micromax this year. Similar to what we saw last year, of course. It was a championship that, yes, eventually was won by Emerson McAnder-Ewan, but it was one of those cases of drivers had good days and bad days, and good races and not so good races. So plenty of reasons to keep chins up there in Parc Ferme. We're going to talk tyres, and everyone's going to groan. Oh no, I'm just going to start talking about tyres. We talked about it at PF, where it was quite warm last weekend, about this particular stage, A versus C. A haven't run yet, but this weekend I think it's even more important, given how technical this circuit is, to keep the tyres fresh, is it not? Yeah,
definitely. It's more technical. And the surface of the circuit is different from PF as well. The tarmac itself, and different track tarmacs will affect the tyres differently.
Would you say it's a little bit of a rougher?
It's grainier almost.
Yeah. So is that right in saying that it kind of takes a bit more of the tyre away, especially when it's new?
Yeah, exactly that. And with this track as well, where the corners are so tight, but also very long, you know, the kart is naturally going to slide wider than at a track like PF, so you're going to kind of scrub the tyre over the surface. That's why it's so important at a track like this that those drivers really hold on to the brake when it's being pressed. So if you let go of the brake, the kart's just going to slide, and you're just going to chew through the tyre. But I personally, when I raced, I was a smaller driver, a lighter driver, so a condition like this was fantastic for me. It was just the way that you drive the kart. You know, you might see some of those heavier, taller drivers a bit later on in the weekend really struggling because they've just eaten through the tyre.
Indeed. Well, we'll see who's going to be able to deal with this best for the seniors. Drivers 15 years upwards. On Mojo tyres, of course, for this season.
D5. Fantastic.
Good D5 tyre that does support the drivers, particularly through the middle of these heats. See at the front of the queue there, Macaulay Bishop will be on pole position so far this weekend. And we'll be back shortly with more racing here at Larkhall after this advert. Time once again for the senior Rotax category to take to the circuit. This is race 6 on our schedule today. Heat 2 for senior Rotax and groups A and C heading out on circuit. Let's take you through the grid, and this is another absolute belter. Macaulay Bishop on pole position, joined on the front row by Kai Hunter. Jack Lilly and Teddy Pritchard-Williams on row 2. Angus Scrivener and Caden McQueen on row 3, Kin Geraghty. And Tristan Rennie starts on row number 4.
Pearson Bullock-Carter and Stephen Napier on row number 5. 6 is Liam Thomas and Deacon Russell. Row number 7 is David Mitchell and Archie Walker. Row number 8 is Sam Barker and James Lowther.
Jack Collins and Jamie Perilli go from row number 9. John Brown and Alex Moody on row 10. Sam Longley and George Donald on row 11. Alex Duncan and Jack Gillingham on row 12. Ollie Goodyear and Rachel Robertson on row 13. Joshua Rudd and Mark McGilvray on row 14. Ethan Critchley and Gustav Ozakovs start on the 15th and last row, 30 drivers in the field. Well, we've already seen some great fights so far in 2024 between Bishop and Hunter. Bishop, the junior Rotax champion from last year. Hunter, the senior Rotax champion from 2023. What is the next chapter in this battle going to tell us, do you think, Nicole Sutherland?
Previously teammates as well.
Yes.
Up until the grand finals in December. So they're familiar with each other very much. So, and we go round again. False start for that one.
Yes, I think maybe a couple of drivers not quite in position to the liking of race director Nigel Edwards. And I did see a question earlier of Hunter Motorsport on the Carlos Sainz chassis. Why? Well, it's a business deal they've set up for this season for Hunter Motorsport to be the distributor for the CS55 chassis within the UK.
Yep. And
run the chassis across their whole team 2024, and yeah, doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, you notice within the paddock, you know, you've got DHR, they're the Lando Norris chassis, KR are Cosmic, Strawberry are Tony Kart. Yep. So similar setup, just a distributor for Carlos Sainz in the UK.
Absolutely. Bishop there. This is where the mind games start to come into things a little bit here. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Dave Whitehouse. It says, and that was only Heat 1 for Micah Max earlier on. If you have missed any of the action so far this weekend, don't worry, you can watch it back at your leisure across the platform, the streaming platforms of your choice for our live broadcasts. But right now, don't go anywhere, because this is Senior Rotax coming out to play. So far in 2024, whenever we've said that, it's tended to be pretty spectacular. Bishop controlling the pace at the front. Hunter into the tram lines as well. Out go the lights, and we are racing. Not a good start for those on the anti-pole side of the grid at all. So it's going to be advantage Macaulay Bishop and Jack Lilly, who's come through into second place. I think Kai Hunter's been able to slot into third. There was another Hunter Motorsport kart in there as well. That's surely going to be Angus Scrivener in the number 49, who started on the third row of the grid. Into turn 5 they go for the first time. Caden McQueen on the attack. Needs a good result in this race, does Caden McQueen, because he had problems, of course, at this very spot of the circuit in his first race. It's already gone better for him here in this one. Anyone in Group C, anyone who started on the anti-pole side of the grid, that's Hunter, Pritchard-Williams, McQueen, etc. This is their second of 2 heats. If they've had a bad one in the first one earlier on this afternoon, they need a good one here. Otherwise, it's going to be that dreaded repechage for the drivers starting tomorrow when we're back for all of the action here at Larkhall on Sunday. And Nicole, from the experience of drivers, how does that play on your mind when you know what, I don't want to be 29th or lower in that IC? How do you play a race like this?
Every single time you're behind someone, you're trying to overtake. You can't wait around. If you're behind someone, you've got to make the move, otherwise they're going in on you. We do have a move there by Kin Geraghty on teammate Teddy Pritchard-Williams. I believe that is for 5th position. And we have a Craft Motorsport kart. I think that's Matt McGilvray.
Yeah, is out in the number 62. It's 8.5 minutes to go. I think with that result, that will be repechage for McGilvray. The race has got into its rhythm now. 2 minutes of it gone, 8 of it remaining. Number 27 of Liam Thomas has had a good start. And it's gained a couple of positions in all of that. Apologies for... yes, I think we've just got timing back now. There we go. So, yeah, Liam Thomas up to 10th place in all of that. Meanwhile, Bishop still at the front of the order. Jack Lilly, another, I say, Sam Pollitt Racing have got more than one opportunity, I think, to take a race win here this weekend. As you can just see out of our window, I think, is that the number 21 that's come to a stop? It's Deacon Russell. It is! Deacon Russell out of the race. Well, it's fired up again.
Almost
restarted from the grass.
He almost looked like he went on the grass and got stuck, and that's maybe why he got out of the car, because he looks as if he's got going again, no issue. So
yeah, well, I think he's gone into the pits now, knowing that that's going to be race, at least this race done, not race weekend, of course. But yeah, Jack Lilly, another one of those that I spotted yesterday in free practice. You look back at the results. The results were solid at PF International. 11th in the final, in that top 15 consistently across the standings. It's a big step forward.
Sorry to cut you off there, Andrew, but we've got a move for third position. Angus Scrivener has gone in on teammate Kai Hunter. The number 1 plate has been overtaken for third position.
Now that's an interesting one. I was not expecting that at the start of this race, but fair play to Angus Scrivener right now. Has got the pace. And, well, bit by bit, is, I wouldn't say pulling away from Kai Hunter, but doesn't look under any immediate pressure for Hunter to strike back and retake that spot, particularly with Cian Geraghty not too far behind as well. Don't want to fight too hard with 6 minutes on the clock remaining, particularly with that gap growing to Jack Lilly as well.
Sam Longley is out of this race, but Deacon Russell does look like he's got going again down there in 28th. What you were saying previously about Jack Lilly, Jack, since about GYG time last year, a lot of progress. He's a driver now that is always up the front, which is really good to see.
Absolutely. At the moment, taking the fight to Macaulay Bishop, 0.36 of a second behind right now. Good to see another one of the privateers running strongly in this one, Stephen Napier, P10 at the moment. Top privateer in this race right now. And we will have details later on of a new sponsorship for the championship. My Race Lab's now on board, providing awards for the privateer of the weekend. That's more for one that we'll talk about tomorrow, because it's decided by final performances. We'll be keeping an eye on that across the course of Event 3 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Into the second half of this one, they saw there out of the final corner a couple of drivers sliding, as you were talking about, Nicole, that on a hot day like this, with a lot of track rubber laid down on the track already, it can be very, very tricky to keep the tyres in check. There's been a change for 6th place. Pearson Bullock Carter has got past Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Cian Geraghty and Kai Hunter are going back and forth as well. You can just see them further back. They've dropped off the back of Angus Scrivener in 3rd place. I think Kai Hunter has got back through into 4th.
They will be, however, Kai will be on a tyre disadvantage, because he did that first heat. So we were saying about Angus making the move. There is on your screens the number 62, who Craft Motorsport Karts has come into the pits. That is
Matt McGilvray.
As we were saying previously, we didn't expect necessarily Angus to make the move on Kai. However, he has the tyre advantage.
He does. He does indeed. Back at the front of the order, here is Macaulay Bishop. Well, plenty has been discussed for Macaulay Bishop so far in 2024. His spectacular overtakes left, right and centre. No need for that right now in the lead of this race, but Jack Lilly is not going anywhere right now. I'll tell you what, Angus Scrivener is in that awkward zone, is he not, Nicole, of being a second back. So for those front two, if they do start to battle, Angus Scrivener is going to be right on top of them.
Yeah, most definitely. Macaulay Bishop with the fastest lap there of the race, a 48.64. Big mover again for us is Gustav Uzakovs. He's gone up by 11 positions into 19th. similar performance to what we saw of him in the first heat.
Absolutely, and I say for Uzakovs, it's a tough job this weekend. They missed all of the running yesterday because of school exams. We're in that part of the year, of course. If he can keep progressing through, I think just to make if he could make the grid for the pre-finals outright, having started both races from the back of the grid, that is an almighty effort for Uzakovs, and he's not far off doing that. I think if he can get up another 4 or 5 places, he's going to be there or thereabouts. This is a good fight. This is all around 10th place. Napier, McQueen, Thomas, Baker, Walker and Brown. With McQueen now at the front of this group. That's McQueen up to 8th place. There's the number 29 of Stephen Napier, as mentioned, top privateer runner in this particular race right now, doing a fantastic job there ahead of Liam Thomas at this moment. And Archie Walker in there as well. It's not quite been at full pace so far this weekend. At least he's not going backwards. On a long weekend like this, knows that it's a game that really will be decided when we get to tomorrow. We'll be live once again tomorrow, live broadcasting for all of the Repechagers pre-finals and finals here for the second round of the Rotax classes and their Wera Tools British Kart Championship for 2024. Do hope you can be with us, take us on the road as well. As Walker down the inside of Sam Baker, lovely move that's for 11th place.
Set that up on the brakes, Walker did on Sam Baker, nice and late, nice and hard, up the inside, got it done.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. 1 minute and 15 to go. Well, as I can say, this has been a different side of Macaulay Bishop's driving that I think with all the around the outside overtakes and all of that business, Nicole, sometimes can be forgotten of Macaulay Bishop's ability to control a race and control his own pace at the front and actually keep himself out of the spectacular battles.
It's always nice to see the show Macaulay likes to put on for everybody,
yep.
But it's also nice to see that he can do something like this as well, just lead the pack. No, I think more often than not we see him kind of
fighting his way through.
Yeah, but you know, he can most definitely do this as well. Just drive off, which we saw a lot of him do when he was a junior.
We did indeed. The driver who took both junior titles in 2023, both Rotax and Miami. We should not forget that. He's not doing the double attempt in the seniors this year, focusing on Rotax for 2024.
Of course, was on the podium at the grand finals as well. So he, you know, top 3 in the world.
Yeah. And it's showing once again the depth of talent that we've got here this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. There's a quick sight of Teddy Pritchard-Williams in 6th place at the moment. Another one of those drivers where this is their second race, is down the inside, loving that. That is the number 27 on the move, is it not? That's Liam Thomas in the GMS machine, making a move once again. Sam Baker there, the Jack Dex Racing number 31. He's gained 3 places so far in this race. Uzakov's continuing to gain as well, is up 12 positions now to 18th. As leaders go on to the final lap, Bishop looking strong, clear by half a second. I think Jack Lilly's going to have to defend a touch, not too much, because Angus Scrivener is right there. That's a very good first couple of corners of this final lap for Angus Scrivener. Angus won't want to throw this one away. This has been a well-constructed race for the driver who started 5th on the grid. As I said, with the tyre advantage, Nicole, the drivers 1st, 2nd and 3rd in this race started 1st, 3rd, 5th, all on that pole side of the grid at the start of this one. Lilly defends into the final hairpin, the back to hairpin. Oh, Scrivener trying to get in underneath. Lilly shuts the door. This is going to hand the win to Macaulay Bishop. It's going to take his first one of the weekend. Jack Lilly is going to hold on for second ahead of Angus Scrivener. Kai Hunter, the first of those to complete their heats, is home in 4th. Pearson Bullock Carter 5th, ahead of Teddy Pritchard-Williams in P6. Well, a quieter race, that one, Nicole. But another great performance from Macaulay Bishop, showing that, yeah, he's well and truly arrived here in the senior category.
Yeah, most definitely. Similar to Lewis Gilbert there, bit of a Sunday drive for Macaulay, nice and relaxed, and he would have preserved some tyre there for him as well. On the screen, nice big P1, lovely stuff.
And as you mentioned, yeah, it was a similar drive to what we saw from Lewis Gilbert. If you want something to look forward to, if you really want to dig deep to find something for this afternoon, it's not that hard. The racing's been fantastic so far here today. Just wait till the final race of the day. A versus B. We always love an A versus B heat race. Bishop versus Gilbert will be your front row for that one. So that's Saturday, the very last race of the day here at Larkhall. Very, very much looking forward to that. The drivers returning into Parc Ferme, into technical scrutineering. The commissaires will look over things, make sure that everything is above board. From Macaulay Bishop, who, I wouldn't say was off the pace yesterday. He's just not quite at the very front as we expect to see him. Was found 6th place in the free practice sessions within the groups that he was in. Well, you don't know really whether they were sandbagging a little bit or not, or keeping their cards close to the chest. But either way, the pace that they've had at the start of today has been very, very good indeed for Dan Holland Racing and Macaulay Bishop. They took time for qualifying pole position outright earlier and have taken that first run of the day for Bishop.
With a driver like Macaulay as well, who you can almost guarantee is going to be fast, is going to light things up. You wouldn't be surprised if Dan Holland would have been trying a few different things yesterday. Maybe that's why he was a bit off the pace. Trying this with the gearing, trying that with the pressures, because they know come Saturday morning, well, Macaulay will be on the pace anyway, so we can try what we like.
Absolutely. I'll say 2 weekends ago in preparations for this event, it was Bishop P2 in the club meeting behind Pritchard Williams in the final. Still plenty to play for, of course. The next time we will see senior Rotax out on circuit for that A versus B race will be 5:35 local time. But keep it locked here with your live broadcast of the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Honda Cadet up next. First time we've seen them this weekend in a racing capacity. First of 2 races. Little chat there between Kai Hunter and Teddy Pritchard Williams.
Kai stood there straight on the Haribos there, I think.
Sweets of Champions?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Haribos or Tangfastics?
Ooh, I think on a day like today, probably the Star Mix. It's a bit warm today.
Yeah.
I think we want the extra sugar. Anyway, we're going off topic once again. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Motorsport Magpie again. Has anyone ever won 2 British titles for 2 different teams in the same year? Ooh, that's a very good question. This is where we need Noah Wolf's quite possible. This is where we need Henry from his sick bed to let us know by text or whatever in his brain of many years of knowledge. There are your Honda Cadets. Good field of them here this weekend, 14 of them. And I think this is going to be a very different order to what we saw last time out as well. As a reminder of what we saw last time out for Honda Cadets. Current championship leader, Ralphie Branscombe. First through the heats, first in the pre-final and then third in the trophy final. Archie Loveridge, second in the championship at the moment, was no lower than third in those 3-point scoring positions through the weekend. But it was Kevin Ivanov who had a bit of bad luck through the heats and the pre-final, but then took the trophy final victory, so won the round, but is third in the points. Let's see how those drivers and the 11 others are going to get on. The show up to a few moments' time after this quick break. Back here at Larkhall, not too far from Glasgow here in Scotland, getting ready for race number 6 of the weekend. Race number 7, rather. It's Honda Cadet GX200, first heat for them of the weekend. And yeah, a very different order to what we saw at PF International. Our top 3 in the championship that we were talking about a few moments ago before the ad break. In terms of this grid, the highest of them on the grid is Ralphie Branscombe, and he's only 5th. So, yeah, some new faces towards the front. Let's get ready then for this one. Let's take you through that full grid. On pole position, it's Margaret Kavekis and Archie Cannon alongside on the front row. Andrew Sutherland, great performance on the second row of the grid as well, alongside Ed Spain. Ralphie Branscombe, championship leader, starts on row 3. He's joined by Archie Loveridge. There is Kevin Ivanov on row 4. He's joined on that one by Esme Rosie. Row 5, Riley Blakemore and Ryan White, Harry Grant and Luca Bicocci there on the 6th row of the grid. Shay Hilton and Jay Prakash on row number 7. It'll be a standing start, as always, for Honda Cadets GX200, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And good to see some new drivers on the grid as well for this one, particularly Luca Bicocchi there in the number 77, starting this one from 12th on the grid. Good welcome to another one of the Scots. Very well represented, good representation from the Scots on this grid. We should have
Andrew
1, 2,
Sutherland,
3,
I
4,
believe.
5. Yeah, four or five drivers from Scotland on the grid in this one. And yeah, as you mentioned, Andrew Sutherland.
Fantastic last name.
Yes. Very good last name. 3rd on the grid for this one. Not needing, of course, it's the swing around when we come to Scotland. The Scottish drivers normally have the big long travels and taking home field advantage very much to the front there for Andrew Sutherland, who was quick in free practice yesterday. There's Dan Ashton getting this one underway, our clerk of the course. Lights are out, 10 minutes plus 1 lap underway for Honda Cadets GX200, and it's a good start for Kavekis from the front row of the grid. For Cannon as well in the number 42. Off they go down towards, as one of the ambitions is running out wide to drivers right there. I think it might have been Ed Spain. We'll track through in a moment. It's time, as all problem there for the number 68 of Riley Blakemore, another one of the Ambition Motorsport drivers, as here to the front of the order running through and towards the stadium section. It's the number 42 of Archie Cannon. So great move from Archie Cannon there to take the lead through turn 5.
Great start by him. Marjoris has lost the lead, obviously. Andrew Sutherland still sits in 3rd position. Great start from the local driver.
Absolutely. I had a chat to Andrew's dad yesterday during the Track Talk show. They're saying that, yep, they weren't going to change anything at all in terms of the setup. It was absolutely spot on through the free practice sessions less than 24 hours ago. Let's see if the race pace is there for the Sutherlands in this race. You can see Ralphie Branscombe is up to 4th place and now challenging the number 49 for that 3rd spot. Ralphie we had a chat to as well, one of our interviews that be seen in due course on the Karting UK YouTube channel, so make sure that you've subscribed to that if you've not done so already. Into the hairpin, the first of the hairpins we go. That is Branscombe down the inside of Sutherland for 3rd place, and Archie Loveridge not too far behind as well. Branscombe now on the attack for 2nd place, scything his way through the order is the championship leader. This is good news though for Archie Cannon, who could break away. Still side by side, Branscombe has managed to get that 2nd place. I think Sutherland's back up to 3rd, and unfortunately for Margaret Kavekis, after having had the lead in the early stages, is now fighting there for 4th, nearly losing 4th place, but still going to hold hope, being in the top 5. This stage of a Honda Cadet GX200 race can always do something from there.
Ralphie having a fantastic run at the start of this race, has gone up by 3 positions. Of course, will be running a Motorsport UK pooled engine. So of course, at the previous round, he was in the top 3. So the rule book says pooled engines, keep it fair, and then go again.
Absolutely. 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this race. Just looking further down the order, there's been a few changes. Ivanov ahead of Spain for 7th place. I think Ryan White has also got through with Riley Blakemore, past Shea Hilton and Luca Bicocchi for 10th and 11th places respectively. Coming round to complete lap number 3. Here goes Ralphie Branscombe down the inside, flat out through turn 1 and towards turn number 2. And yes, the O-Plate winner from earlier in the year has done it again, has got to the front of the order. There's a resumption of the form that we saw earlier in the year at PF International. 3rd place in the final of 2023's Honda Cadet visit to Larkhall.
Anna Blakemore in the comments cheering Riley on, who's sitting in 11th behind number 1 plate of Ryan White.
Absolutely, keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting and where you're watching from as well, around the country, around the world. Great to be bringing you the live broadcasts from Larkhall this weekend for both Saturday and Sunday. Andrew Sutherland there, the red and white number 49. Looking good in 3rd place, looking like he's building into this race. 6 minutes to go. A couple of changes further down the order. Bicocchi's up to 12th place ahead of Hilton. Blakemore past Harry Grant as well. Ed Spain has gained a spot also, has got ahead of Esme Rosie for 7th place. Fastest driver out on circuit at the moment is Margaris Kavekis in 5th place. And here, defence down the inside, and in fact an overtake there. No, yes, but Cannon's got through past Branscombe. Sutherland follows as well. Oh, big chunk of curb taken by Ralphie Branscombe there. And it's going to be side by side with Archie Loveridge for 3rd place. Can Kavekis take advantage of this as well? Sits to the inside as they run towards the chicane. Kavekis holding on the inside there. Good space left by Archie Loveridge around the outside. Again, just shows you how quickly things can change and always do change in Honda Cadet. That Ralphie Branscombe, you know, was comfortable at the front of the order for those last few laps, is now got to do all that hard work again, Nicole, because the front 2 are clear right now.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there by Ralphie, but hasn't let Cannon and Sutherland pull away too much. They're still in sight, so Ralphie will still be able to have another go. We've got 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. Plenty of time for them to carry on going. We've got comments coming in still. Alan Sutherland says, come on, Andrew. Andrew, fantastic race so far. Privateer driver. It's great to see a privateer so far up the front. Yeah,
it's a really good haul of privateer efforts once again this season in Honda Cadet. That's Kavekis down the inside of Loveridge for 4th place. Loveridge is going to try and fight back here through the chicane. This could be an opportunity for Ivanov to come back into play. They're still side by side into the final corner. Kavekis trying to switch back again. And I say Loveridge not too happy with things there. Having a little wave possibly towards the officials, but back at the front of the order, Cannon, Sutherland, Branscombe, 1, 2, 3. Sutherland looking really good through the first couple of corners here, Nicole. And yeah, I think that setting up for that potential move into turn 5 is going to be key, of course. It's here down the inside. That is Loveridge re-overtaking Kavekis. Having another little discussion there with Kavekis in the number 15, because this is losing them time. Here comes Kevin Ivanov in the number 50, who's now going to get involved. Trying to go around the outside of Loveridge through the banked hairpin, potentially to the inside, but hasn't quite got the punch off the corners to deal with that one.
P1, 2 and 3 have pulled away now from 4th place, so the battle for the win is going to be between Cannon, Sutherland and Branscombe.
It is indeed. 3 minutes remaining on the clock then. But it's another one of those things, isn't it, in Honda Cadet, Nicole, of like, you can go a little bit too early, but if you're in Andrew's position right now, you just need to sit there right now.
I think as a privateer driver as well, where he might not have any teammates to help push him through, similarly to Ralphie, he's got to do all the work by himself. Like you said, might just sit there a little bit longer than somebody else would.
Indeed, 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. There's been a change for 13th place. Ed Spain has got past Jan Prakash for that position. Through the high-speed chicane once again. complete lap number 8. Cannon still at the front of this one from Sutherland and Branscombe. What's the pace like? Well, 57.3, 57.1s for the top 3. Yep, they are pulling away from Loveridge. Quebec is behind.
Yeah, so Andrew and Ralphie there are faster than Cannon. Cannon's holding them up slightly, so we'll wait to see if maybe Ralphie tries to push Andrew through so that he can get into second. We'll wait, have a look. 1 minute 50 seconds on the clock left.
You get the feeling with this one that this one's simmering right now. I tell you what, very much could come to the boil in a few moments. I thought it was seeing some lap traffic out. It's actually the second group that I was looking at there, so apologies for that one. Loveridge and Kvekis seem to have made peace right now. They're now in 4th place. No, they've still got an opportunity here. They've still got probably 3 laps, because they've come over the line with 1 minute 20 to play, and lap times under the minute mark this weekend. Another category where we've seen some very fast running so far across this meeting. I do reckon that the lap record has gone. It's in my notes. Thank you to Douglas Smith and some of the provision of facts and figures ahead of my first trip to Larkhall. He's very keen and going, Andrew, I've got you all of this stuff. Thank you very much. Max today was the fastest driver on the records from August last year. And that lap record has gone already in this race into the time of qualifying earlier on today. I say the track is in perfect condition. It's been brilliantly prepared as well by the staff here at Larkhall. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Cannon still leads. It's looking quite calm at the wheel as well. That's a good sight at this stage, Nicole, that your lead driver can get too tense, not starting to defend too early.
Yeah, easy to start overdriving as well. Andrew, do you think that Andrew Sutherland will have a look?
Turn 5. I think that there's a potential run here into turn 5, because every time I've seen the number 49 through those first few corners, it's looked very strong. It's been on the rear bumper of the race leader, heading along that longest run of flat-out running. Having said that, Branscombe's made the move. That's quite a shrewd one, if you ask me. Has got through past Sutherland into second place. That is exactly when you want to do that if you're the driver third in a pack of 3, because now Ralphie Branscombe is in the best position to go for a last lap overtake. And we're going to go on to that last lap now. There we go then. And it's going straight away is Ralphie Branscombe. He's not waiting till turn 5. So Ralphie Branscombe takes the lead of the race. Can Archie Cannon respond?
Great run out of the last sector for Ralphie. That's definitely how he managed to set that up. Got over the curb on the inside, on the left. Got the move done. Fantastic work.
But this is one of the really key parts of the circuit. Can Cannon get on the inside? Branscombe's defended. Sutherland sat to the outside there. They've held their 1, 2, 3 positions. Into the hairpins we go then. Is there going to be an opportunity? Ralphie Branscombe's got good speed off of the first of the hairpins through the little left-hand kink. Here comes Andrew Sutherland down the inside for P2. Beautifully positioned by Andrew Sutherland. Does take P2, but he's going to have a little bit of work off the corner to do, and he's done so. Ralphie Branscombe ticks another couple of corners off. This is looking good for the O-Plate winner and championship leader. Out of the final corner, Ralphie Branscombe takes the first heat with a very shrewdly put together drive to take race victory. Andrew Sutherland P2. That's the best result of the year so far for the driver in the number 49. Archie Cannon, good points there in third. Archie Loveridge, Kevin Ivanov and Margaret Kvekis complete the top 6.
Yeah, privateer 1 and 2 there from Ralphie and Andrew. So, you know, showing you don't have to be with one of the big teams to be right up at the front.
Absolutely. Another great drive from Ralphie Branscombe, who seems to be building and building with confidence. As I say, has had the measure of drivers who've done another year here in Honda Cadets GX200 so far, and he's been beating the newcomers as well. So there's your result. Provisional, of course, at this stage. That does complete at the end of rotation number 1, where most drivers we've seen race once. If it's anyone in Senior Group C, we've seen them, of course, race twice already. will be flowing straight into the second rotation, so don't go anywhere. Junior Rotax, the second round of heats for them coming up shortly. But for Honda Cadet, if you're particularly following them, and good reason to do so, so some really good racing so far this weekend, 5:15 local time is when their second heat will be later on this afternoon. It'll be the penultimate race of the day. And yeah, very much looking forward to that one. To see if Ralphie Branscombe can continue this format. I think what's the most impressive there for me, Nicole, was him being able to do it from the third row of the grid.
Yeah, most definitely. Keep your comments coming in on the live stream. Kim Harris there said, let's go Ralphie O-Plate. You're on fire. Indeed, definitely on fire. Next up will be the Junior Rotax Heat 3, as Andrew just said. Looking forward to seeing this. There's Ralphie Branscombe on your screens. Big thumbs up to competitors. Very sportsman-like competitor Ralphie is.
Absolutely. As I say, when we talked to him earlier in the weekend, we did an interview in the awning with his dad. He was very magnanimous to remind that when he won the O-Plate, he wasn't first over the line. That,
No.
there was a driver ahead of him who was, had a penalty, and he said, "Oh, that was really unfortunate." And he said, along the lines of, he couldn't imagine what it would have been like if the roles were reversed. So,
yeah.
And I think that shows the camaraderie of this group, but also the level-headedness of Ralphie as a young driver, that he's already recognising those kind of situations at such a young age.
Yeah, what I loved was at the O-Plate after he won, first thing he said to me when I interviewed was, "I'd like to say thanks to my mum and dad," which it's great to see young drivers being so aware.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be back shortly after this short ad break. In fact, before we get on to the ad break, here's your announcement for this weekend. Great to welcome My Race Lab on board with the new partnership with the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, sponsor for 2024, and in particular sponsoring the Privateer of the Day award at each event. The top privateer in the finals will get a free 1-year subscription to access all of My Race Lab's unique technology. That's all about improving performance and accessing insights, all kinds of stuff on there that drivers can tap into, the devices they already have in terms of lap timing on their karts. It can tell them even more. It can tell them about how they're taking all the different corners, what they're doing in different sectors, and how to further improve their performance. It really is the kind of technology that, the big teams already have at their disposal. And now the partnership looking to get it into the hands of the privateers. So as I say, each top privateer performance across the course of the events in 2024 will receive that as a prize. And yeah, really good prize. And of course, all accessible through smartphone applications as well. So really easy to use. Back here at Larkhall, getting ready for the next race, the start of rotation number 2 for the drivers. Again, for anyone on this grid, this is their last opportunity, Nicole, to qualify through to the top 28 in the intermediate classification, not just for championship points, but for knowing straight away at the end of your racing on the Saturday that you're going to be in those pre-finals and finals tomorrow.
This will be the point of the weekend, I think, where you see things heating up. Obviously, still already pretty hot, but on the track, heating up, because there's going to be drivers that know that they're on a very fine line to be in a repechage, and they need to get through.
Absolutely. A quick sight of Lewis Goff there. Starts this race from the 8th row of the grid. A little bit further back, there's Aidan McDonald. Great to have Aidan with us this weekend. And we'll see these drivers out on circuit shortly. Next up, it's race 8, heat number 3 for Junior Rotax. Let's go through the grid then for the third heat for Junior Rotax, 8th race in total of the day. This is groups A and D out on circuit. William Antrobus on pole position, Jacob Ashcroft alongside on the front row, Jack West and Kai Clark on row 2, Hugh Moulton and Cameron Nelson go from row 3, and then it's Brandon Truman and Jacob Woods on row number 4.
9th and 10th will be Harry Bartle and Joe Anderson. Row 6, Ellis Bell and Thomas Min-Spearing. Row 7, William Archer and Aris Miauskis.
Lewis Goff and Adam Wooden go from row number 8. Zach McDonald and Finley Buck start on row 9. Ariaman Bansal and Charlie Cox completes the top 20 there on row 10. Aidan McDonald and Shane Chandaria start on row 11. And it's Marcel Popical and Joshua Smith on the penultimate row, row 12. 26 karts in the field. The 13th row completes the field. It's Vlad Tomanchuk and Emily Cotty. Well, beautiful conditions. 23 degrees air temperature. Considerably warmer on circuit. I imagine we're beyond the kind of readings that we saw yesterday. Track temperature's probably up into the mid-30s. But for the competition here in Junior Rotax, for all of these drivers, they know that the results from this race, combined with their first race, dependent on how that went earlier on today, is going to now start, well, it's going to start to mean championship points. Very key one here, particularly for William Antrobus. Had that great run early on. Can he continue the form that saw him take victory in preparation for this race meeting at WSKC a few weeks ago? Getting ready then to go racing. Green lights, 10 minutes plus 1 lap into turn 1 and 2 we go for Junior Rotax. Great start from Antrobus. I think Jack West has had a good one as well. Jacob Ashcroft shuffled down to 4th place. There's one of the Lando Norris karts falling down the order. It's the number 41.
That's Cameron Nelson.
Cameron Nelson for DHR. Well, started this race from 6th on the grid. Has gone backwards in the first few corners. There's the number 47 of Adam Wooden on the attack. Gaining positions for KR Sports. Oh, a couple of drivers tripping over one another there. One of the Hunter Motorsports drivers was having problems in the middle of all of that. I think that might have been William Archer in the number 61. Down the hill, through the final corner, William Antrobus looking strong right now at the front of the order. End of first lap. Antrobus from West, Moulton, Ashcroft, Truman. That is your top 5. Biggest mover on that first lap again. Looks to be Lewis Goff. Continuing what we saw from Lewis Goff in the first round of heat, is up into the top 10 already in this one. Through and into the stadium section once more. Very strong pack of drivers though, Nicole. It's not separated apart right now, this order. So you'd go all the way down to Ellis Bell there in 8th place. There's a number of drivers all fancy themselves in this one for a race win.
Move there from Brandon Truman. Ooh, had a look on Jacob Ashcroft, and Ashcroft goes over the grass through that section. 8-kart train at the front, but let's not count out Thomas Min-Spearing and Lewis Goff, who have now caught up to the front pack. They
have indeed. That 8-kart pack has kind of splintered apart right now after the goings on through the 3rd sector. There's the number 74 of Lewis Goff on the move again, gaining another position. Looking strong so far this weekend. Kai Clark is part of this group as well. Kai Clark got a retirement from the first race. Great to see the KR Sport number 77 get a good result in this race.
We're now seeing a bit of a replica of our previous junior heats that William Antrobus led. He's done the same. He's cleared off.
Yeah, William Antrobus can keep things calm right now because it's all going on behind. Jacob Ashcroft has been shuffled down the order a bit here to about 7th place. And let's count them through at the end of this. It's Brandon Truman who's come through. What a race so far for Brandon Truman. Up to 3rd place. Jack West has broken off the front of this pack as well. Antrobus's lead after 3 laps is 1.67 seconds. A mighty run so far in this race. Moulton down the inside of Truman there into 3rd place. So Hugh Moulton looking to continue the kind of form that we saw from Coles Racing at PF International, now feeling the need to be defensive into turn 5. Harry Bartle in the mix as well. O-plate holder there in 5th place.
Ooh,
and they're all going to start
Jacob
stacking
Ashcroft.
over. Yeah, Jacob Ashcroft falling down.
He's been hung out to dry slightly there on the rumble strip. Just got stuck and ooh!
Yeah, one driver round through the banked hairpin. In fact, two drivers are off. One of them is I think one of them might be Hugh Moulton. Seeing Nicole's number 51. The number 49 of Ellis Bell has had problems also. This has definitely got the feeling of a race, Nicole, where it's, for some of these drivers, it's last chance saloon to avoid the repechage tomorrow. The pressure's mounting up a bit.
Yeah, Harry Bartle up by 6 positions there into 3rd place. Thomas Min spearing, big mover, but your biggest mover in this race so far is Lewis Goff.
Yeah, Lewis Goff continuing to improve all the time. And is now knocking on the door of the top 5 in this one. Andrews has just set personal bests through sectors 1 and 2, so there could be another fastest lap coming in here. Andrews over the line. And, well, doesn't quite have the pace through the 3rd sector there, so his lead is 1.7 seconds ahead of Jack West. Harry Bartle now at the front of this particular group in 3rd place. Truman there for Thule Motorsports in 4th. Thomas Min Spearing has had a bit of an up and down season so far, I think, Thomas Min Spearing, but it's good to see him in this particular race being able to fight his way through. He's gained 7 positions so far in this race and looking solid at the moment for a top 5.
Strong performances at the O Plate and then had some good heats at PFI. Did some Miami last weekend, didn't have a great weekend. Some bad luck, some technical issues, but good to see him back up at the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, currently sat 3rd in the championships in the Rotax stakes. But sometimes on a championship run, a bad, I say a bad start, a not optimum start to the season isn't necessarily a bad thing because it can build into it. Takes a bit of the pressure off of being perhaps a championship leader at this stage of the season. And it is a long, long season across 5 rounds. So there's 3 point scoring stages across the course of the season. So if you almost treat them as mini rounds, you know, we're only at the fourth point of handing points out. Min Spearing again on the move as all. Out goes Lewis Goff. Wrong place, wrong time. 2 other drivers have also joined the scene. It's the number 16 and the number 72. That's Harris Miaskis and Joe Anderson. But Lewis Goff, well, he's just in the wrong place at the wrong time there.
Did Brandon Truman get going again?
I think he did.
He has, yeah. That is gutting for Lewis. What a run before then.
That is a real, real shame for Lewis Goff, and I hope Lewis is okay. We've gone into a slow procedure. We should mention as well, and related to that incident, number 49 has received the plus 5 second penalty. That's Ellis Bell, the privateer. But we have gone into slow procedure with 3 minutes and 35 and counting. This is not good news if you're William Antrobus, because that 1.82 second lead that you did have has just gone to nothing.
No, not that work that he's just put in. See you later, it's gone. But great news for Jack West, because he was probably sat in 2nd position, not bored, but a bit like, well, I've got nobody to defend from, but I've equally not really got anybody to kind of chase. Williams a bit too far out of sight. So great news for Jack and for Harry Bartle as well. Harry's gone up by 6 positions in this race. Fantastic driver and racer. He's, I think, being a good driver and being a good racer, 2 quite different things. He's got some good racecraft, so I know he'll be happy about this. But yeah, do hope that Lewis Goff is okay. Yeah,
we're just well, the good side is that Lewis Goff is out on his feet. I think he is just holding his hand there. I wonder if he's tweaked his wrist, because it was one of those that happened very, very quickly. As I say, Brandon Truman was kind of pitched up into the air with what was going on through the hairpin, and as I say, Lewis Goff there's nothing he could do about it. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. But he's been able to get out of the kart and is on his own 2 feet, but obviously in a level of discomfort with his hands. And we've both experienced that one, Nicole. It's not nice.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on the clock. So if we do go racing again, we might not have too long to see things. Should hopefully make it a little bit more exciting, though. Not that it wasn't already.
No, it's particularly exciting for the lead. William Antrobus controlling the pace. He is effectively pace karts at the moment. I don't think we'll be going back to green on this occasion. That speed up was just in case we did go to green for William Antrobus, but we'll slow it back down again for at least another lap under slow procedure. Now, from a sporting and tactical point of view, a slow procedure lap here would be opportune if you're William Antrobus, because there was 1 minute and 26 seconds on the clock as they crossed the line. That last lap on the slow procedure was 1:21. So if you can get another 5 seconds there, we can get the last lap board to come out on this time around.
He
Doesn't want
was
to go too slow though, of course, because that could cause further incidents behind.
He was, to be fair to him, he was taking them round at a good pace.
Yep.
Personally, maybe if I was William, I'd be taking them round a little bit slower. Like you said, get that clock to tick a little bit more. But I think there'd be so much adrenaline going round. He just wants to go racing again.
Indeed. So we'll see if we are good to go back to green. We are going to have at least one more lap on time. So if we do go to green, it's going to be 2 racing laps. It is going to be 2 racing laps for William Antrobus to defend here. Right, what can Jack West do? He's got to get a good start, a good restart as well, to get the SPR driver under pressure. There's going to be moves further back as well. Thomas Minspearing trying to find a way past Harry Bartle there for 3rd spot. Jacob Woods has had a great race here. He's up to 5th place for MLC Motorsport. Great to see the number 84 running strongly once again. A driver who took a little bit of time out of karting, came back last year and is starting to get back into the kind of form I remember seeing Jacob having when he was in the mini and inter categories. So far on this penultimate lap of the race though, Antrobus, that was a very good race restart, Nicole. He's looking comfortable right now. Yeah,
great start by him again, so controlled. I think he's up the back there. We've got a little bit of a fight going on. Looks like Emily Cotty went round up the grass by the bank. She has slowed down quite considerably. Yeah,
I think it's another one of the Thule Motorsports further down the order that may have a loose front bumper. Apologies, no, it's a KR Sports. It's the number 13 of Vlad Tomanchuk. Plus 5 second penalty as well for Aras Majauskis. Emily Cotty is unfortunately out of the race. We're on the final lap. This is the final lap of the final heat for all of these drivers. This could be very pivotal for any of these drivers as to where they're going to start in either the repechage or the pre-final tomorrow. Thomas Minspearing looking for a way through past Bartle and Jack West. William Antrobus is going to be on for a very good position on the grid here, side by side between Bartle and West. West doing everything he can to hold on to that 2nd place. Antrobus takes the checkered flag. A great day for William Antrobus. 2nd to Jack West, 3rd for Harry Bartle, 4th for Thomas Minspearing. The rest of them coming over the line. Very condensed field because of that slow procedure. Is Jacob Woods in P5. Great drive as well from Adam Wooden. Had a strong start, but anticipated the restart as well. A gain of 10 spots for Wooden. Finishes P6.
Yeah, great start by him. Jacob Ashcroft having a bit of a tough race there. Kai Clark also. And it was a shame to see as well that incident with Hugh Moulton around the banked corner. He was having a great weekend until that happened, but still in 10th position, had good points before, so shouldn't be a problem heading into the pre-finals. Yeah,
we'll be in that top 28 based on those provisional results, and it's got good race pace as well. Rest of your order there: Bansal, Buck, McDonald, Archer and Cox all in the top 15. Cameron Nelson, P16, ahead of Joshua Smith, Ellis Bell, Aras Majauskis, who does have a plus 5 second penalty, and Shane Chandaria in the top 20 on the road. Joe Anderson, Vlad Tomanchuk, Aidan McDonald and Marcel Popical, the last of the 24 finishers. 2 retirements from that one. Emily Cotty after the restart, and Lewis Goff as well in the number 74, whose incident was the cause of that slow procedure. And hope that Lewis is okay, and hope that we do see Lewis again later this weekend. Halfway through the 2nd and final round of heats for Junior Rotax then. For the next time we'll see this set of drivers, anyone in groups A and D. For those who've done well, it will be the pre-final tomorrow. morning. The pre-final for Junior Rotax will be our last of the pre-finals at 12:30. They do have a repechage as well, though, so for drivers who don't quite make it into the top 28, they will have their repechage go from 10:30 tomorrow morning. You can be with us from 10 o'clock for all of the live broadcasts of Finals Day. Harry Bartle, what have you made of his weekend so far, Nicole? You know, he's in a very good position in terms of championship. A third place there, quietly getting on with his work. It's been impressive again.
Yeah, I think probably not the qualifying Harry would have liked to have. Earlier on in the year, from probably late 2023 until about just after the O-Plate, you know, he was getting 6 rows in a win, 7 rows in a win, 8 rows in a win. The win tally did get broken, but I think, you know, that quali, definitely not what that driver would have wanted. However, like you said, good points so far throughout these heats. He had a strong PFI. So no doubt, you know, probably similar to something Noah Wolf said to me last weekend. It was all right.
It was all right.
Yeah.
It was all right, indeed. Well, we'll see Bartle tomorrow in that pre-final. There's Zach McDonald in 13th place, second of the drivers competing at this level for the first time. And yeah, good to see incremental improvements for Zach McDonald. Had a tough PF International, some technical troubles for the number 80, but 13th place in that one.
Yeah, very mature young driver.
Very mature.
Obviously part of the F1 Kids.
Yep.
Broadcast program.
Yep.
But when you talk to him, really mature, strong head on his shoulders, and I think deals with the pressure quite well. Because I think in a championship like this, even if you're not right at the front, there's still pressure on you. Yeah,
there is. It's a learning experience for all of the drivers out there. There is Finley Buck, who just finished one place ahead of Zach McDonald in that last race for Ultimate R in 12th place. Another good performance from Finley Buck. It will be another one of those drivers hoping that kind of performance would get him through to the top 28. But Thomas been spearing there as well. P4 in that race. Continuing good results that we saw the last time Rotax were in action at PF International. Looking to improve, of course, from 10th place in the championship last year. And, well, is definitely doing that at the moment. Great conditions here, continuing. A few fluffy clouds in the sky here in Scotland. There is a view down into the pre-grid for the second half of the Junior Rotax field. Groups B and C will be out shortly for race number 9. And it will be the last heat of the day for Junior Rotax. As soon as we've got the information as well, we'll keep you up to date in terms of what the intermediate classification is looking like. There will be some championship points on offer for drivers who do well in that intermediate classification. It's the sum of all the heats that you've seen so far today for each respective category. Keep your comments coming in as well. Hello to Babs. Hello to Nana Babs. Please give a big shout out to Albie Lapicart, number 29. Absolutely. Albie had a good run through the field in the last time that we saw Albie out on circuit. And in Group C of this one, of course, starting, where is Albie starting? 14th on the grid for the number 29. And, well, yeah, we see them similar kind of performance to what we saw in race 1, Nicole. I don't think it'll stay in 14th. I don't think it'll get up into the top 10.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be staying there. Over on the grid, there's the number 20 of Kasper Tomilewski.
Yeah, Kasper Tomilewski. Good to have Kasper back, racing out of the KMS awning again this weekend. Missed him at PFI, if my memory serves me correctly, but was at O-Plate. So, yeah, great driver is Kasper, and good to see him racing up through the junior ranks. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary and be back shortly for race number 9. Junior Rotax Heat 4 is up next. All set to go then for the fourth and final heat of the day in Junior Rotax. It's race number 9 on the schedule. Let's take you through the grid of 26 drivers heading out on track. Joshua Turnbull has pole position. Thomas Behrman alongside on the front row. Leon Hasty and Cole Denham start on row 2. Charlie Neve and James Anagnostiadis start on row number 3. John Buchan and Scott Marsh start on row number 4.
Owen Neve and Kenzo Craigie start on row number 5. 6 is Harrison Crowther and Kai Beach. Starting behind them is Lizzie Mentier and Albie Lapper. Row number 8, we have Harrison Whitcomb, championship leader, and Matteo Palazzo.
Going from the lower third of the field then, Lucas Blanford and Ryan Gandura start on row number 9. Lachlan Johnston and Noah Barham start on row 10. Victor Hansen and Isaac Parker have it all to do from row 11. They are ahead of Kasper Tomilewski and Ryan Gill on row 12. Sebastian Lusch had a good first race. Needs another good one here from row 13. He's joined by Henry Cameron on that one. So we have some intermediate classification points. These are all drivers who finished their heats for today. Antrobus on 0, West 5, Bartle 9, Ashcroft 11, Moulton 12. How is that going to shape out with the next set of drivers? Away we go for 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the last time today in Junior Rotax. And it's a steady start for everyone through the first couple of corners, down towards turn 3 and 4. Harrison Whitcomb wrestling to keep himself on the road there. That got very close for the championship leader. Great kart control to not end up as part of the scenery. It's a good start for Joshua Turnbull at the front of the field. There's Kenzo Craigie in the battle once again. Was up in the top 10 in the first race that we saw Kenzo out in earlier on this afternoon. But immediately the field have pounced to catch up to Joshua Turnbull. Turnbull quite happy to soak the pressure up though. Defensive going into turn number 8. Down the hill through the chicane, turn number 9, and then into the last corner, turn number 10. It's Turnbull from Hasty, Behrman, Denham, Marsh, Buchan. John Buchan needing a good result in this one, because we saw a retirement from the number 63 in the first round of heat. So to avoid a rapid charge, I'd say this needs to be a more than solid top 10. 6th would probably be the kind of place you would want. End of that first lap means we've got an update with the intermediate classification, as there is Harrison Crowther down the inside of John Buchan, who's out on the curb. And a 360 spin for James Anagnostiadis. I think John Buchan came off worse in all of that and may have stopped out there on circuit, but that was a hugely dramatic moment for both Buchan and Anagnostiadis. Buchan getting back on circuit after being out on the curb.
As we got distracted with that, Andrew, Leon Hasty took the race lead and then lost it again within half a lap and has dropped down to 4th.
Indeed. Well, what it hasn't done, it's not dropped Hasty down from where he is in the intermediate classification. Right now, Bianchuas on 0 points, top at the end of Saturday. Hasty P2, West into 3rd. Thomas Behrman would be 4th and Cole Denham would be completing the top 5. That would be how things would start for the pre-final tomorrow. But a lot to be run here with 7 3/4 minutes remaining. There is Leon Hasty drawing up alongside Cole Denham for 3rd place, and I think has managed to do so. Now is going for a move. There's Harrison Whitcomb also improving. Leon Hasty has got the bit between his teeth right now. He's going to slam it down the inside for 2nd place and take that 2nd place. Not from Thomas Behrman, I think, because that was Joshua Turnbull who was overtaking there to take things at the end of lap number 3. Apologies, our time system now updates. And yes, indeed, it is Thomas Behrman who's taken the lead also on that last lap. Hasty up to P2, Turnbull now P3, Denham and Crowther completing the top 5, and Scott Marsh on the move as well, marching up to 6th place. Biggest mover so far in this race, it's Lachlan Johnston right now, up 8 spots into 11th. Bit of an update for the moment we saw earlier. John Buchan is continuing as there's another change for the lead. Down the inside, Hasty likes it into turn number 8. Another great move, Nicole. And it's the number 9 back to the front.
Leon Hasty taking absolutely no prisoners in this race. He wants that race win. Joshua Turnbull now dropped down 3 positions in this race to 4th. Thomas Behrman still sitting in 2nd. Cole Denham. Cole, one of the youngest drivers on this grid, but nonetheless one of the fastest. He's sitting there comfortably in third position, but Leon continues to lead this race with Thomas. They're both clearing off from the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pack.
As we say, Cole Denham seems to be the Cole Denham of old, the new old Cole Denham. Has had a difficult start as Harrison Whittaker's out on the curb. Has gone for a little bit of a Tony Hawk Pro Skater moment there on driver's right. Gets back on circuit, but has lost a number of positions, and that's the problem with when drivers get themselves. It's one of the flatter curbs here at Larkhall, Nicole, but it's a little bit of a sausage run.
Yeah, there's 2 parts to the curb, so it's a rumble strip, but like you said, it's got like a sausage mound, and if you get 2 wheels over that,
You're
find
in trouble.
It's a very strange sensation. It sucks the kart off the circuit.
Yeah, and that's what we saw with Whittaker. It's still there in 11th place. It's again back into that damage limitation mode that we were talking about earlier on after time qualifying. So, what is this all doing in terms of the championship points? Oh, that was an ambitious one down the inside. I think for one of the KMS drivers. 2 drivers have stopped on the exit of turn number 6. And I think Kenza Craigie might have been involved in that one as well.
He was, yeah. He has got going again, but that is the exact same place where we saw Lewis Goff got stuck in that previous heat.
Indeed. Well, 4 minutes and 40 to go. Andrews and Hasty both on 0 points right now. And remember, a tiebreaker is determined by how they did in timed qualifying earlier on today. So it would be Andrews into pole position. I think the 2 karts that were involved, apologies, it wasn't one of the KMS drivers. It's the number 29 of Albie Lapper. So poor Albie Lapper there is the Strawberry Racing number 29 stranded at the side of the road. It was the ultimate R of Lucas Blanford, the number 59, who is also out of this race. 4 minutes to go as there's more action on behind. I think it's another one of the Strawberries and a DHR that are involved coming out of turn number 6. There is the number 21. It's the number 53 of Isaac Barker with the number 21 of Victor Hansen, who both look to be out of that race. And I think Isaac Barker in a bit of distress as well. Hope he's okay. Harrison Whittaker has just set the fastest lap of the race of 49.98.
Harrison, we did see him get hung out to dry a little bit on that curb earlier. I thought that was going to be a bit of a disaster for him, but he shown us otherwise, and he's still at the sharp end of this field.
Yeah, the 2 karts involved are still locked together. Both drivers are out, and that's the most important thing. But yeah, that's going to be a bit of a job to get those 2 machines separated. They're definitely out of this one. Leon Hasty, new fastest lap of the race, 49.87. There, you just seen Harrison Whittaker get through past Cole Denham into 5th. 3 minutes remaining in this one. Here is the battle for 5th place. Denham's got back through, it would seem, past Harrison Whittaker for that spot. Scott Marsh is in there as well in the number 30. Charlie Neve, Kenza Craig and Lizzie Mentier again up in the top 10. Great run for Lizzie so far today.
Ooh, on the curb.
Oh, very close there. Harrison Whittaker taking to one of those curbs. Yellow flag is out, I think, for a little bit later on the circuits. They've got to be careful here. 2 minutes and 30 to go.
Hitting the curb there has compromised a lot of speed for Harrison Whittaker, because I think he's been done by 3 or 4 karts as a result of that.
But again, good number of laps of this one remaining. We've already seen Harrison Whittaker come through this field twice. There's nothing to say that he couldn't do it a 3rd time. Joshua Turnbull has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's getting into a bit of a rhythm now, because he's on a nice pocket, about 7/10 ahead of Crowther and 1.5 seconds back from Thomas Behrman.
Despite his little pirouette earlier, James Anagnosniadis has got going again, and he's sitting in 11th, so good recovery drive by him.
Yeah, really good fight back from the Australian, racing for Argenti Motorsport and one of the drivers on the Mercedes AMG Junior programme. There he is, on the curb again. Was that one of the KR Sports? Might have been Kai Veach getting on the sausage. Leon Hasty, race leader, has taken the fastest lap of the race once more. You can see Matteo Palazzo in the Sultan Motorsports number 86 in the middle there, the red and white livery. Just a little bit further back from this group. Good to see Matteo is up to 12th place in this one. Onto the backstretch once again. There's a little bit of tape coming off one of the strawberries there. Might have been off Charlie Neve's number 60, but just a bit of tape. No need to worry beyond that. Less than a minute to go. Final heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Precision driving from this group at the moment. It has been whittled down a bit. It's been a bit more of an attritional race, this one. Not for those at the very front of the order, Nicole. Hasty, Behrman, Turnbull, Craddock. It's kind of similar to what we saw with another one of the junior races earlier on, that if you're in that top 4, top 5, yes, obviously you want to gain positions, but I think there's a wider picture here where they're saving themselves a bit more for the pre-final tomorrow right now.
Yeah, I'm probably going to say this now and then he'll go for a move, but we haven't seen Thomas Behrman attempt anything on Leon Hasty, and I wouldn't be surprised if he knows potentially whereabouts he is in that intermediate classification.
Yeah.
And if he's staying there by choice, I'm happy to start fourth. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just saying, you know what, I'll stick with this.
Maybe Sarah to say you're right. Behrman currently sat 4th in the intermediate classification. If he could find a way past Leon Hasty, it would get him to the inside of row number 2.
Leon, though, fantastic result. You know, him and Antrobus in the IC are tied on 0 points, so, you know, just as strong of a showing as William had in the previous heat, just in a different way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It would go to Antrobus virtue of the faster time in time qualifying. We are on the final lap here. And Thomas Behrman, big weekend, of course, for the Behrman family. Older brother Ollie racing at Imola in Formula 2. Out of the banked hairpin then. Leon Hasty is definitely bouncing back this weekend. Had a tough time at PFI, but has been on form so far today at Larkhall. Takes his second win of the weekend. Thomas Behrman follows through in second place. A really good day for Behrman. Provisionally, at least, will be on the second row of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. Across the line as well, Joshua Turnbull in third. Fourth for Harrison Crowther. More good points for Coles Racing. Cole Denham in 5th place in that one. Should be high up the IC once all the calculations are in provisionally. At the moment, is sitting in 6th. Scott Marsh, another strong drive. Up 2 spots to 6th. Kenzo Craigie in 7th. First of the Argentis home, ahead of his teammate Harrison Whitacombe, who was up and down the order like a pogo stick in that one. In the end, it was a gain of 7 to 8th place. Charlie Neve in 9th. James Anagnostiadis, great return for Anagnostiadis after that very dramatic 360. Gets himself back into 10th place. 11th was Lizzie Menti, another good drive there from Lizzie. Up 4 spots was Matteo Palazzo to 12th. Up 6 spots to 13th was Lachlan Johnston. John Buchan as well. Good recovery from John into 14th place there. That could have been a lot worse for John Buchan, especially after the early stages. 15th for Owen Neve. Also in the top 20 were Kai Beach, Noah Barham, Ryan Gandor, Sebastian Lucian, Ryan Gill, Henry Cameron and Kasper Tomilewski, the last of the finishers of the top 22. Isaac Barker, Victor Hansen, Lewis Blanford and Albie Lapper, all unfortunately retirements in that one. And for some of those drivers, that may mean repechage tomorrow. That completes things for Junior Rotax. Quick reminder, the next time that we will see Junior Rotax in action will be the repechage at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Their pre-final is at 12:30, the last race of the morning and early afternoon session. They will also be the last race of the whole weekend. Their final will be 3:30, so that is the schedule for Junior Rotax tomorrow. And quite hard to call, I think, after the first day. Who you know, sometimes you can go, yeah, there's a good favourite there after those heats. But you know, given that we've got 2 drivers who are both perfect through the round so far, Yeah, tough to call one, I think, Nicole.
I think it's been tough to call since the start of this championship. You know, I know points don't count, but O-Plate, Harry Bartle, PFI, we had Harrison Whitcomb, you know, pretty unstoppable throughout that weekend. This weekend, it's hard to call. I think the whole championship is hard to call myself. Going over to the YouTube comments, we've got viewers saying hello from Denmark and Uzbekistan. Keep your comments coming in. Love to hear them.
Absolutely. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary, and whilst we've got a bit of time before the next race, hear from some of the drivers earlier on in the weekend in the paddock. 2024's Wera Tools British Kart Championships has been the performance of Coles Racing, particularly in the junior Rotax category. We're here at Larkhall in the Coles Racing tent with Harrison Crowther and Hugh Moulton. Guys, great to see you here in Scotland. Hugh, for yourself, first time. How's it feel to be running as high up in the point standings after round one as you are?
Yeah, well, I think I had good pace at PF, so hopefully the same here, and hope we can move up a bit in the championship.
Good stuff. Harrison, for yourself, running closely with a teammate across the course of the year so far, do you find that's helping you a lot this year?
Hugh's probably the best teammate I could ever ask for, really. So it's going well. It's all more to play for this round.
And how do you guys structure a weekend? I say, we had a couple of practices as we're doing this interview at this stage of the weekend. How much data do you share together to kind of take on the big teams?
All of it. We share all the data. I'd say me and Hugh were probably one of the two strongest pairs of teammates in the grid. So yeah, it's good. Couldn't ask for anything more.
Good stuff. Hugh, going into this weekend, as I say, a good run at PFI, some decent pace at the O-Plate at Wilson Mill as well. It's a very different style of circuit. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I quite like this circuit, but the tight hairpin's quite difficult to navigate, especially in traffic, so that'll be interesting in the racing.
And the junior category always quite cutthroat out there. Do you think overtaking is going to be quite difficult this weekend? Is it going to be another one of those weekends where you guys need to really work together to fend off the others?
Yeah, I think having two teammates up there is really helpful, but I think it will be quite close. Maybe it might spread out later on in the races, so get our head down and hopefully we'll be near the front row.
Harrison, for yourself as well, you know, this circuit, tactically, do you play things a little bit different to PF International in terms of overtaking opportunities?
It's a bit, obviously it's harder to overtake because it's a narrow circuit, but it's still easy to overtake. But I wouldn't race it any different than any other track. It's my favourite track on the calendar actually, but it's no different to any other track really for overtaking and how you'd race it.
Good stuff. In terms of again, working as part of the team, what do you think the biggest thing that you've learned in your time at Coles Racing is?
I think I've learned. It's tricky. They're the reason. Coles are the reason I'm where I am today. So yeah, I think they suit me. They suit Hugh. I think we've struggled a bit for the last. We struggled a bit last year. We found some pace this year, so I think we can do well this year, really.
Good stuff. Well, guys, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Best of luck for this weekend as well. I'm sure you'll give it you all out there, and yeah, we'll keep an eye on how you get on across the course of the season.
Thank you.
One of the great stories so far in... Welcome back, everybody, to Larkhall. It's the live broadcast for Event 3 of the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mellor and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you today. Henry Baudet sends his apologies. He's not well this weekend. He was planning to be here, but unfortunately, it's one of those. I hope Henry's feeling okay back at home. Here's your grid, or pre-grid for Minimax 950. Race 10 Heat 2 is up next. Grid for the second heat of Minimax. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan on pole position. Edward Haynes is alongside on the front row. Harry Taylor and Finley Lyons go from row 2. Joshua Griffin and Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 3. Albie Friend and Tom Reed on row number 4.
Riley Morrow and Josh Cormack on row number 5. 6 is Jensen Chalk and Theo Bradshaw. Fraser Anderson and Husnain Khan will start on row number 7. Row number 8 is Alex Goodson and Sebastian Clark.
Max Gilman and Blair Smith start from row number 9. Benjamin Lawn and Oliver Spencer start on row 10, completing the top 20. Jack Collinson and Leo Livings go from row 11. Louis Radcliffe and Charlie King on row 12. Alfie Ward and Devon Taylor start on row 13. And it's Finley Hines and Kieran Stewart on row 14. Jacob Jack and Jensen Walker start on row 15. The 32 kart field is completed by Jamie Ambrose and Archie Rogers Tyler. I think we saw some trouble, did we not, for the 1-5-2?
Joshua Griffin is out of position and he won't be able to get back into position now. He'll have to start from the back of the grid. Yeah,
if we're good to go for this one, into the tram lines we go. No, we're going to go round again. So a reprieve there for drivers not quite in position. The 1-5-2, if I'm not mistaken, was also in a spot of bother getting out of the pits, but has now got out. Jensen Walker joins the back of the field, due to start from 30th on the grid. Husnain Khan, I don't think, is starting this race because the 1-1-6 is showing us in the pits, not out there on circuit. Hope Husnain Khan is okay. We did see problems earlier on for the number 1-1-6. So formation laps ongoing. And once again, Emerson McAndrew-Ewan second on the road in the first heat earlier on today. All of these drivers guaranteed a spot on the grid for the pre-final. No repecharge required for Minimax 950. All 32 of them qualifying directly through into the pre-final. But still a key race in terms of championship points. Into the tram lines, lights are out, 10 minutes plus 1 lap are underway for Minimax 950. Very even start across the front row of the grid. It does look like it's Emerson McAndrew-Ewan who's been able to hold on to the lead. Looks like Harry Taylor as well. Oh, there's a bit of a moment in the around 10th place. Driver scrambling to get around that one and out of turn number 4. But I think all in all, everybody has been able to keep going into the stadium section for the first time. Looking out of our window, it's Harry Taylor who's come to the front of the order. Harry Taylor, what a comeback this is after a really difficult day yesterday. Has got the lead of this race. Joshua Griffin's had a good start as well. Is up to second place from grid 5 through down the slight rise, down the hill into the final corner for the end of lap number 1. It's going to be the 1-5-3 for Dan Holland Racing. Harry Taylor leading from Joshua Griffin. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan there in third. It's a DHR 1-2-3 right now. Can they take charge of this race? Albie Friend has had a good start as well. Needs a strong result in this one. Had a difficult first run of it earlier on this afternoon. That's a good start, Nicole. It's up 3 places to 4th.
Yeah, definitely. I saw Albie and Emerson were having a little battle for third previously. Emerson did take it back from Albie as we come into the sharp left-hander. Harry Taylor still leads from Griffin. Emerson having a look around the outside from teammate Joshua Griffin. Lets him have the position back and up the inside, up the banking. Albie Friend, is he going to get the move done on Emerson? Lets it go. Emerson and Nat has now dropped back from Joshua Griffin from that. And Ethan...
Very close over the line there. Tom Reed in the 111 getting involved for Strawberry racing. I think there's a couple of drivers who've had problems on that last lap. Max Gilman and Benjamin Lawn have fallen down to 31st places, unfortunately. So Gilman and Lawn with some work to do. They are still part of this race, though. They've got some 3 seconds off the back of the main pack through and towards the stadium section once again, in through the part that was extended back in 2019 to 1,140 metres. If that's the poll answer that you put in shortly ago, well done. You got the quiz question right. You were paying attention earlier on in the broadcast. Here's Albie Friend, currently leading this group of 3, 3rd, 4th and 5th places right now for Friend, Mackenzie Ewan and Finlay Lyons. Finlay Lyons hooks it to the inside. Seen quite a few drivers doing that so far today, Nicole. That almost like running in the gutter line through turn 1 and turn 2. Is that one that you've got experience of as working quite well?
Yeah, it's a really good line to overtake to make. You can set it up and angle your kart slightly tighter than another driver, really get that run into the corner. And the great thing about it is the driver that you're overtaking has got to back off. If they want to stay on the circuit, they've got to kind of just let you go, otherwise it's not going to end up well for them. So it's a fantastic place to overtake. Previously, you might have heard me say, I went to say Ethan, don't know why I said Ethan, because I was going to talk about Edward Haynes. Edward Haynes has dropped 8 positions so far in this race. He's gone to 10th. So we'll keep an eye on him. He's a big mover in this category, so we'll keep an eye on him to see if he makes some positions back up. Harry Taylor crosses the line, still continues to lead, up 2 positions in this race so far, leads Joshua Griffin by just under 4/10. It's a great start by him.
Tough times for Emerson Mackenzie Ewan there. Just a sequence of corners where he was out of position, out of line, has fallen all the way down to 11th place now. But still 6 minutes on the clock, still a good amount of time to pull his way back through. I think, we're looking at the intermediate classification, very close out there. Finlay Lyons, as things stand, would be your pole sitter for the pre-final, virtue of having 3 points from his win earlier on this afternoon and 3rd place where he is right now. Harry Taylor, your race leader here in Heat 2, would be alongside on the front row with 5. Joshua Griffin just behind him in this race would start on the inside of row number 2, and then as you say, Edward Haynes would be 4th on the grid. But again, you've got drivers who could be in that front 2 rows, could be outside of the top 10 based on how everyone's chopping and changing right now. Albie Friend is definitely one of those. At the moment, he's 8th place in the live points for the intermediate classification on 17. And he's there in 4th place, just ahead of Tom Reed. Now, that's quite a useful spot to be in, because that's 2 Strawberry Racing teammates, both running out of the same awning, of course, down towards turn number 3, Strawberry World, with their 3 awnings this weekend.
So their own little town.
Yes.
Town Straubs.
Town Straubs on the inside of turn number 3. We went down there yesterday for a bit of track talk. And they can work together right now to pull back towards Finlay Lyons. Having said that, they have just swapped positions. So Reed now ahead of Friend. Josh Cormack just behind in the KR Sports number 121. 4.5 minutes of this one remaining. Finlay Lyons starting to get into his stride though, Nicole. That was a big last lap from Lyons. 51.77. Has caught the top 2 now. I was about to say he's closing it at a rate of 0.4 a second. Well, there's the evidence. He has joined the back of the DHR train at the front of this field.
This is what Finlay Lyons does. Partway through a race, he lights up and he's on the attack, he's on the attack, he's on the attack. I would not be surprised if he is our race leader very, very shortly.
And the good position for him right now is in terms of the IC. Well, he's going to go for the move. He's going to. I was about to say he doesn't need to go for these moves right now because he's outscoring all the other drivers in terms of the intermediate classification. But that is not the Finlay Lyons way. The Finlay Lyons way is attack and win at all chances that present themselves to him. And that was a great move down the inside of Joshua Griffin for 2nd place. Can he set about making a move on the 153 of Harry Taylor now? Not from that far back through turn number 5. Not with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go as well. That be a fairly low return move. But again, strong is Lyons through turn number 6, through the kink of 7 and into 8. It just feels at the moment that Finley Lyons is setting up for another move. We saw it one lap ago at this part of the circuit. Is he going to go for it again? No. Wise driving there from Harry Taylor. Just sat to the inside a little bit. We're maybe talking by the width of a tyre. But just enough to think to make Finley Lyons think, no, the opportunity's not quite on at this stage.
Yeah, you can see the DHR team just below us signalling to these drivers as well what to do. Harry Taylor doing a fantastic job to hold off Finley Lyons, because Finley is definitely breathing down his neck.
Third in the championship at the start of the day,
And he's done
Harry
it.
Taylor, but here goes Lyons down the inside. Very wide entry, of course, into turn number 5, and Lyons takes advantage of that to take the lead of this race. Now, what this has done, it's brought Reed, Friend and Cormac back into the battle. It's now 6 karts at the front of the field, all in fairly close proximity, some two and a bit seconds clear of Edward Haynes and Riley Murrow behind. So potentially, if you're Josh Cormac at the back of this, you're going, oh yeah, if these drivers can keep fighting a little bit more, could find my 6th place suddenly improving up into 5th, 4th, 3rd, maybe even more, with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. How does that change things in terms of IC? Well, Lyons, his position has just been improved, now on a perfect score of 0. Taylor and Griffin are now matched on 2. Taylor would take the other spot on the front row for the pre-final tomorrow, virtue of the timed qualifying result between those two earlier on. Taylor a little bit quicker than Griffin. Haynes is now 4th in the intermediate classification on 10. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan is now on 12. He's got back up to 10th place in this race, about half a second behind Luca Holmes-Ballock. So keep an eye out for McAndrew-Ewan potentially with some further progress in this race, moving back onto that second row for the pre-final. Josh Cormac is 6th, definitely has a lot to gain at the moment. A couple of positions would also get him up onto the second row of the grid. Jensen Chalk and Albie Friend right now completing the top 8 in the intermediate classification. Remember, it's 65 points for a win, 62 for second, and 60 for third. News, though, the 133 Emerson McAndrew-Ewan has had a 5-second penalty. That is not good news, Nicole, for the pole sitter.
That is his second of the day as well. He had one in qualifying and now he has one in this heat. That is not what he needs.
Change for third place. Tom Reed has got past Joshua Griffin there with a nice move through turn number 8. So Reed continuing, he's looking in really good form this weekend, is Tom Reed. I had a chat to him yesterday. He seemed in good spirits after a strong free practice day on Friday in similar conditions. Warm, grippy conditions here at Larkhall. Race pace is definitely there for Tom Reed so far this weekend. That's 5 positions gained now for Tom. Also improving out there, Luca Holmes-Ballock has just got past Edward Haynes for 7th place. Jack Collinson as well for Sam Pollitt Racing up to 13th place. Not so good news, unfortunately, though, to report for Charlie King. A problem on that last lap for Charlie King. Not sure what it was here in the box, but we can see the results of it. Unfortunately, King is down to 30th place at the end of lap number 11. Last lap board out then. Finley Lyons, not for the first time in 2024 in Minimax, in full, complete control. It's all about who can finish 2nd, 3rd and 4th behind. Joshua Griffin defending there from Albie Friend into turn number 3, into the complex, sweeping into turn 3 and 4. Doing so successfully. But this has been another great performance from Finley Lyons. Started on the 2nd row of the grid for this one. Just very calmly picked his way through, showing once again why a lot of people are saying he over the long haul is the driver to beat. He's not the championship leader, of course, but this is part of a championship bid. You're going to have your good days, you're going to have your bad days. This is definitely a good day for Finley Lyons. 2 wins from 2, will be on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. Tom Reed has got 2nd place on the line there ahead of Harry Taylor, but with those results, Harry Taylor will also be on the front row of the grid. He wins out in that tiebreaker ahead of Joshua Griffin, who's 4th in this race, 3rd on the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. Josh Cormac in 5th, Albie Friend 6th ahead of Edward Haynes, Emerson McAndrew-Ewan, but remember the 133 has a 5-second penalty. to be applied. Riley Murrow 9th and Luke Holmes-Ballack 10th on the road as well. Nicole, that was classic Finley lines.
I wouldn't have expected anything less, to be honest. Yeah, impresses me weekend after weekend. On your screen there, it's given a bit of a shh symbol.
Silence the field again.
Yes, exactly that.
Indeed. Running down the rest of the order, Jensen Chalk, Oliver Spencer, Theo Bradshaw, Blair Smith and Cole, Jack Collinson all in the top 15. Leo Livings, 16th, ahead of Fraser Anderson, Alex Goodson, JJ Ambrose, Jamie Ambrose, up 12 spots in that race. Biggest mover to 19th place. Good drive from Ambrose. 20th for Sebastian Clark. Devin Taylor, Alfie Ward, Jacob Jack, Max Gilman and Louis Radcliffe all in the top 25. 31 drivers started that race and they all finished as well. Testament to the driving standards in that Minimax 950 race. The last group of them being Kieran Stewart in 26th ahead of Finley Hines, Benjamin Lawn, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Charlie King all inside the top 30, Jensen Walker P31. One driver did not start. We do hope that Hasnain Khan is okay after an incident in the first race earlier on today. So that's the end of the heats for Minimax 950. They don't have a repechage tomorrow, so the next time we will see them, they will be the first pre-final at 10:50 in the morning. So a good number of hours for the drivers to get themselves ready for that one. I'm going to try and do mental maths live on the air. This will probably go wrong. 16 hours and counting until we see Minimax out on circuit. Their final as well, if you can't join us for the 10:50 pre-final, their final is at 13:30, 1:30 local time. Will be, again, the first of our trophy finals after the lunch break on Sunday. All can be followed here on Alpha Live and Karting UK on YouTube, Alpha Live, British Kart Championships and Wera Motorsport pages on Facebook. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary and be back shortly for the penultimate race of the day. Honda Cadet GX200 Heat 2 is next. The heat's getting to our heads here in the commentary box. Getting ahead of myself is, of course, Micromax out on circuit next. Race number 11, second heat of the day for one of our youngest categories here this weekend. There is a quick look at Alfie Garrett in the number 47. Starts this race from 26th on the grid. 26 drivers taking part in this one. All drivers guaranteed a spot in the pre-final, of course. Nicole, we saw a really good race from Micromax earlier on today, and we're expecting more of the same, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. Dean Powell put on a bit of a show for everybody, I think.
Properly did. Some good overtaking from Dean Powell earlier on in the day. Some good responses to it as well from the likes of Josh Cook, Luke Millward, and Max Jolly as well. There is the number 52 of Maria Roberto. Starts this race 15th on the grid. Good to see Maria developing all the time as well, with that support from Dan Holland Racing. The grid being cleared now. That was what the hooter sound that you heard there. There's number 32 of Logan Rolfe on your screens, racing out of the Synergy Factory team awning this weekend. Starts this one 21st on the grid. This race due to go off at 16:55, so less than a minute away from that one. Honda Cadet does come up after this one, don't worry if you were expecting Honda Cadet, because I mistakenly said that it was Honda Cadet next. It's Honda Cadet after this one.
You didn't sat in the sun too much,
yeah,
Andrew.
It's the heat of the race, the shock of it being sunny in Scotland that confused me there. Let's have a look through the grid then from Micromax and their second heat of the day. Joshua Cook and Luke Millward form up the All-KR Sport row 1. Dean Pahal and George Swire on row number 2. Josh Husker and Max Jolly on row number 3 ahead of Austin Oman and Maximilian Abrahart on row 4.
It's a Jax Motorsport row number 5 with Lucian Smith and Sebastian Bierman. Row number 6 is Alfie Mayer and Charlie Page. 7 is Chloe McGill and Ansel Murray. Row number 8 we then have Maria Roberto and James Roots.
Into the last third of the field, Harry Radcliffe and Benedictas Masioka start on row number 9. George Climo and Albert Farrow on row 10. Logan Rolfe and Harris Barber go from row number 11. Winner last time out at PFI, Arthur Farrow starts on row 12 alongside Hamish Gordon. And the 13th and final row of the grid, it's Buddy Hugo and Alfie Garrett. Well, Josh Cook wasn't best pleased at the end of race number 1, was 4th on the road in this one. This is another great opportunity to get a good result. We're going to go around again for one more formation lap. You can see the flashing yellow light on the gantry there.
A little bit eager, I think, that front row then. Bit keen.
Bit keen is very much the term. I think Harry Radcliffe, unfortunately, doesn't take the start of this race. Is showing us in the pits right now, and haven't spotted the number 26 Sam Pollitt racing machine out at the circuit. Apologies, of course, I'm mistaken on that one. Drivers coming into the stadium section in front of us here in the commentary position once again. Bit of a different layout, of course, here at Larkhall. The paddock is almost hugged by the whole circuit, so wherever you stand in the paddock, you've got things going on all around you. So it's not unique. There's another circuit that I can think of that's similar in that regard, that Henry Baudet will be shouting at the screen at which one it is, but I'm not going to say the name of it just to annoy him if he's watching at home. But yes, it's a different feel here. Beautiful part of the world, the forest and the trees around. Let's get ready to go then for Micromax UK. Their second heat of the day is underway. 10 minutes plus 1 lap and counting. Good start for Joshua Cook through and down towards turn number 3, and it's Dean Pahal again on the move. Dean Pahal from 3rd on the grid shoots through using that inside line off the start to take 2nd, and he's straight on the attack again to take the lead of this race.
Don't know what Dean's had for breakfast, but maybe if I was out there, I'd be taking some notes.
Well, all I'll say is during the Track Talk show that we recorded last night, you can see later on Karting UK, there was a bit of a water fight going on around the RCE awning. I'm going to put it down to that bit of water fight fun results in driving like this.
Maybe he knows if he drives a bit faster, then he can get to the water fight faster next time.
Absolutely. Which is, it's what you want on a day like today when it's that warm outside. Battle for second place at the end of that first lap between Cook and Millward. We saw them have a battle at the end of the first race, of course. Results as things stand, still very early stages of this one. Pahal would be on pole position right now for the final, for the pre-final tomorrow on 2 points. Austin Owen would be alongside on the front row on 4. Then it would be Joshua Cook on the inside of row 2 with his teammate Millward alongside. As we say, there has been changes. It is the O plate that's come back to the front of the order as they return to our view here in the commentary box. Ahead of Dean Pahal is Joshua Cook. But Austin Oman, I'd say, I've been really impressed with Austin's driving the last month or so. Is growing into a really solid, shrewd, thinking brain kind of a driver. you know, we've not seen him much on the cameras, but he's made his way through into third place there, started on the fourth row of the grid. We saw him do this earlier on in the day, of course, as well. And it's often something that's quite good for a driver to semi-go under the radar. I mean, he's not completely under the radar because everyone saw him win here 2 weeks ago. But, you know, without much fuss, it seems that Austin Oman's getting on with the job right now.
Yeah, maybe being a bit of an underdog. You know, turn up to a race weekend and, yeah, like you said, being slightly under the radar, and then he's there.
Yep.
Which and he showed that at PFI as well. We've got a comment in there.
Oh, down the inside, Pahal. That was a relatively calm one by Dean Pahal standards to battle for the lead. It's going to be a little bit tighter through the chicane, though. And Dean Pahal holds it in there to hold on to the lead. There again, Austin Oman taking that opportunity. Joshua Cook slips down to 5th place now behind Millward and Husker.
Do have a comment in there asking what's happened to Charlie Page. He has dropped down the order by 10 places. He's still running, though, the Synergy Factory team driver. He's still in the fight, but...
Yeah, not got an explanation for that one at the moment, which is a shame, because I spoke to Charlie yesterday. Some great pace in free practice 5 to the top of the timesheets, but in race stream, it's just not quite gone into place yet for Charlie Page. Oh, Cook down the inside. Locks up a little bit. Josh Husker finds him on the apex of the corner, and that allows Max Jolly through. So Max Jolly says, thank you very much. That's 2 positions for the price of nothing, really. And I think George Swire also gained out of all of that. 6 minutes to go on the clock. Pahal leads from Owen and P2. Millward and Jolly 3rd and 4th. Josh Cook right now, Joshua Cook, he just needs to keep calm. I said that the pace is there. We've seen it across the course of the season so far. Again, it's one of those days where you can't win it all. There's been a couple of moves that have been quite un-Josh Cook-like for me so far.
Austin Oman there for a move.
For the lead. Austin Oman takes the lead from Dean Pahal.
Dean getting a hand signal there from Josh Cook to say, go.
Luke Millward just there in 3rd place. And this is a good opportunity now with teammate Joshua Cook a little bit further down the order. What this does in terms of intermediate classification, well, once the scores update, Austin Oman will go to the top. It's currently in 2nd place in a tie on 2 points with Dean Pahal, but that changes now. Oman to 0 points, Pahal to 4. So it's still the same 2 drivers on the front row of the grid for the pre-final as things stand. They've just swapped over. And you know what? They're going to swap over again because Pahal's down the inside. Retakes the lead away from Austin Oman. But Austin Oman's going to have a really good run now, and perhaps a bit of help from behind also as they run towards turn number 5. And yes, Oman retakes the lead, and more importantly for the IC situation, I think Luke Millward has got through into 2nd place, but no, Dean Pahal will not lie down today. Every time we see Dean Pahal overtaken, he goes, no, I'm coming back. I'm going to repay the favour. Really confident driving, gets back into 2nd place. It's also very good fun to commentate on as well, I've got to say. It's really good. 4 minutes and 15 to go. Changes in that top 6. They've closed back in again. George Swire up to 4th place now. Max Jolly slips down to 6th place. Joshua Cook there as well. Joshua Cook at the moment would be on the 2nd row of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. 3 points behind teammate Luke Millward in the intermediate classification. Oman and Pahal, I would say they've broken away. Oh, down the inside, here we go again. Pahal retakes the lead of the race and gets the speed off the corner correct as well. Well, I was about to say they were breaking away from Millward and the rest behind, but that move's given Millward the opportunity to close in again. This is stunning racing. Oh, Pahal a little bit wide through the final corner, but recovers nicely. At least he can carry the speed towards turn 1 and turn 2, knowing he's got the inside line. But we said it earlier in the day, didn't we, Nicole? I think of the first round of heats, Micromax delivered race of the weekend so far. This is another contender here in Heat 2.
it's hard to, especially with the overtakes DM Pahal's making, it's hard to not stand here and smile. It's almost, it's a bit difficult to not get too distracted from commentating and actually just watching what's going on.
Down the inside again, Millward goes for third, but might be a bit down on oomph out of the corner, giving an opportunity for George Swire. George Swire's now going to be on the outside for the next corner. Joshua Cook's going to slip through and retake fourth place. So that worked out quite nicely, as there's two drivers at turn 6 that we'll come back to in a moment who have got themselves going again. I think it's the number 17 of Buddy Hugo and the 75 of Hamish Gordon. Yes, they have got themselves going again off of camera, just out of our commentary box window. But yeah, this top 6, well, it's not the top 6, it's the top 7 now, with Max Jolly, George Swire and Josh Hushka back in play. About 2.3 seconds clear of Sebastian Behrman. And I'd say what, Benedictas Masiokas is having a good race in this one, Nicole. It's up 9 spots, the driver flying the flag for Lithuania. And is up indeed to 9th place. Alfie Garrett's on the move as well, showing that qualifying earlier on this morning was definitely a blip.
Max Jolly there has the fastest lap with a 55.89. Very, very quick indeed, considering this is race pace and not qualifying pace. Of course, everything slows down slightly when you're in a race, but yeah, the 8.9, fantastic pace by him. Up into 4th now as well. Max Jolly, obviously a lot of work done by him on social media, very keen young driver, and like we said earlier on, he's not been doing this for very long.
Not been doing this for very long at all. It shows that there's a raw talent there that the Hunter Motorsport team and everyone up at Warden Law have definitely picked up on. Mentioning Warden Law's where we go next as well. If you're wondering when we see, let's say if you're busy all tomorrow, you can of course watch the live broadcast back. But the weekend of the 28th to the 30th of June, very much looking forward to a trip up to Karting Northeast. That's all to come, of course, for the Rotax classes this year. 45 seconds remaining this one. I just want to make the point about how fast the track is running this weekend. As you say, that 55.87 in race pace for Max Jolly is 6/10 quicker than the lap record that was set 2 weeks ago by Austin Oman. 6/10.
Says a lot about the conditions for these drivers.
Very fast pace for the drivers here this weekend. So the records are being smashed. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Dean Pahal still at the front of it. Austin Oman very patient there in 2nd place, but I get the feeling that it's about to start getting a bit feisty out there. The moves are going to start to be thrown from this point on. Pahal from Oman, Millward, Cook. It's nearly the same order that we had in the first race. The difference is Pahal and Oman are in swapped positions. Right now, the points would look like this. 2 points apiece for Pahal and Oman. Pahal would take pole position for the pre-final tomorrow, virtue of having the better time qualifying. We're on to the final lap now. Here we go then. This is all going to decide it. Who's going to get pole for the pre-final tomorrow? Who's going to get the first haul of 65 points? At the moment, it's still Pahal at the front of this one, ahead of Oman. Millward and Cook haven't made their moves yet either. Max Jolly's still there in 5th, and don't count out George Swire in a race like this. He is there in 6th spot, through into turn 5 once again. Pahal doing a brilliant job here, not getting too tight at the wheel, keeping things nice and calm. Cook has a look down the inside for 3rd place, but doesn't have enough speed to get the move done. He's now having to defend from Max Jolly into turn number 8. What a race this has been once again in Micromax UK, and it's not done yet. Down through the chicane. Is there going to be a move on for Austin Oman down the inside? There's a look there. Oh, look indeed. Round the final corner. Don't think Pahal's going to get it. No, it's going to be Luke Millward on the line.
Oman,
who takes Oman has not come across the line yet. Austin Oman went for the move down the inside, and unfortunately he's going to tumble down the order to 18th. 2nd to 18th in the space of one corner. It's Millward who takes it from Pahal. Pahal won't have pole position though for the pre-final tomorrow, because Luke Millward, with that win and a 3rd place, we heard him say in Parc Fermé on the first race that he needed that 3rd place. That's why, with a win, that's pole for the pre-final tomorrow.
That incident with Oman as well has completely dropped him out of the top 8 in our IC.
Has indeed. That is a real shame. That is the first problem, you'd say, for Austin Oman across the course of the last few days, and of course in preparation for this a few weekends ago as well for the club round. Millward wins ahead of Pahal, Cook, Swire and Hushka, the top 5. Jolly, Behrman, Masiokas, Smith and Garrett, the top 10. What a drive from Alfie Garrett, up 16 places in that race. Tremendous stuff. Through as well, 11th place for Alfie Mayer, up 9 was Logan Rolfe into 12th, Chloe McGill, George Climo and Charlie Page in the top 15. Good drive there from Charlie Page. We're talking down outside the top 20 earlier in that race, weren't we? So Charlie came back into the top 15. 16th for James Roots, 17th for Max Aberhart, 18th, as we say, for Austin Oman. What a shame. Went for the big move down the inside. It's a brave one. It didn't quite work on that occasion. Maria Roberto in 19th place ahead of Ansel Murray, the last of the drivers in the top 20. Arthur Farrow 21st, Harris Barber, Albert Farrow, Hamish Gordon and Buddy Hugo in the top 25. One non-starter in that race being Harry Radcliffe. Wow, well there we go. Micromax UK will have their pre-final tomorrow morning at not 10:50, it's the race after, 11:15 for Micromax. And they'll also have their final at 2 o'clock. Very much looking forward to that. We're going to take a short break here before Honda Cadet GX200 come out for their second heat. Before we get to that point, let's have a hear from Ralphie Branscombe yesterday in the paddock.
We're here in the paddock at Larkhall, round 2 for the Honda Cadet category this year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Here with the drivers done very well so far this season. Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie, great to see you here in Scotland. Had a good weekend so far, getting ready for it?
Yes, we've been messing about for the past couple of hours, just waiting for the first session to come by.
Season so far, let's go back to Wilton Mill, the O-plate. You took the O-plate in very dramatic fashion, and then a really good start to round 1 as well, currently leading the championship after PF International. Sum up 2024 so far for me, how's it been?
It's been good, but basically at the O-plate on the 2-3 laps at the end, I got pushed off, so I dropped down to 5th, and I managed to pull Luke McCoy to the field with me, and I managed to get through to 3rd because Kevin pulled away on the last lap, and then going into the new part of Wilton Mill, I sent it on the guy in 2nd, and we come around the final bend, and I see the guy in 1st place got a penalty. I was pretty sad because obviously you won the O-plate, and it's upsetting getting a penalty. I couldn't imagine it. And then I found out I won the O-plate, and I was just really happy.
Very good. In terms of this second round here at Larkhall, very different circuit to what we've had at Wilton, what we've had at PF International. How do you prepare for a circuit like this?
Well, obviously you put a lot of time into kart sim and just keep watching races about the track and get better at remembering the track and just knowing it better.
Mentioning that...
About set to go then back here at Larkhall. You're watching live coverage of event 3 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Next race out on circuit, Nicole, is race number 12. Heat 2 for Honda Cadet GX200. This should be good fun. Yeah, drivers have already had one race so far today. If you missed that, don't worry, you can watch it back later on the take your pick. You've got either the Alpha Live YouTube channel, you've got Karting UK, the new home of everything karting on the British motorsports scene, Alpha Live, and their Facebook page as well, the Wera Tools British Kart Championship page, or the new Wera Motorsport Facebook page as well. Hello to everyone across those pages. Hello as well to Anna Blakemore, who's cheering on Riley Blakemore and the Ambition drivers in this race. Blakemore starting 9th on the grid for this one. Who else have we got in? Hello to Cross-Eyed Lion as well. And there's something in German there that I can't read because German is not one of the languages I've been doing on the Duolingo. Meanwhile, let's get on with a grid for Honda Cadet GX200. Margaris Kavekis from pole position. Archie Cannon alongside on the front row. Andrew Sutherland and Ed Spain start on row 2. Ralphie Branscombe and Archie Loveridge start on row 3. Kevin Ivanov and Esme Rosie start on row number 4.
Row number 5, we have Riley Blakemore and Ryan White. Row number 6 is Harry Grant and Luca Bicocci. Row number 7 is Shay Hilton, and rounding out our grid is Jayan Pakrash.
Indeed, 14 drivers in this one. It'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and of course a standing start as well for Honda Cadet GX200. The results from earlier: Branscombe took the win by 1/4 of a second ahead of Sutherland. Cannon P3, Loveridge P4, Ivanov, Kavekis, Blakemore and Rosie the top 8. Ryan White did have a penalty, so moved down to 9th. Bicocchi in 10th place ahead of Grant, Hilton, Spain and Prakash. Results from this next race will of course be combined with those from race number 1 to set the grid for the pre-final tomorrow and award 65 championship points to the best performing driver in class across today. See Dan Ashton there just going through the checks of all the drivers, making sure that they're in the grid hatchings correctly. And then when he's happy, he will hand over to Nigel Edwards, race director, to get us underway here for this one. 10 minutes plus 1 lap rather in Honda Cadet are underway. Good start for Kavekis, good start for Cannon as well from the front row of the grid. It's Kavekis who has the early advantage through turn 2, sweeping down into turn 3 and then immediately into 4. It's a clean start, Nicole, for all of our Honda Cadet GX200s. That's exactly what we want to see.
Ralphie Branscombe and Andrew Sutherland, a bit like magnets today, just on the back of each other, time after time. Front 4 going into the over the bump and into the left-hander. Ralphie gets the move done on Andrew Sutherland there for 3rd position. Kavekis still leads the way up across the banking, and it looks like Archie Cannon pulled out to have a look, didn't get it done. All pushing each other into the final corner, as you can see. No moves made for the race lead by... Oh, no. No move made for the race lead by Archie Cannon. Ralphie Branscombe up the inside for 2nd position. Is he gone for the race lead as well, Andrew?
I think he has. That's a brilliant run through the first couple of corners for Ralphie Branscombe. And Branscombe to the front of the order again then. Really good stuff from the Honda Cadet driver so far today. Firm, clean, fair racing as we come to expect. Archie Cannon's down the inside now for 2nd place and has found a way past Margaris Kavekis. Bit of dust being kicked up there, I think, by Ed Spain at the back of this group. Is there down the inside. That's Archie Loveridge in the number 73, going side by side with Andrew Sutherland over 4th place. And Sutherland holding in there, running on the Project 1 chassis as a privateer. Oh, bit of a hop across the curb there for Loveridge. Keeps it under control though, loses 1 spot to his teammate Kevin Ivanov, and well, we'll resume in 6th place. Number 49, Andrew Sutherland, just appeared on our screen, is under investigation, Nicole.
Ooh. Question in here for you as Kevin Ivanov makes the move on Andrew Sutherland into turn 3. Question here for you, Andrew. What ages are we talking about in the Honda Cadet class?
Yeah, it's another cadet category, so drivers around the age of 8 to 12 making moves like that. Beautiful stuff from Archie Cannon down the inside, takes the lead of the race with 7.5 minutes to go ahead of Ralphie Branscombe. Want more information, of course, on the Honda Cadets category and all the other categories here this season. Do head across to the British Kart Championships website. And it's quite simple. It's www.britishkartchampionships.org. All of the live timing on there as well, provided to you by Motorsport Timing UK. And a chat with Ian Rogers in one of our features that will come out in due course on the Karting UK channel. If you want to learn everything about behind the scenes, what it's like to be a clerk of the course, what it's like to be a timekeeper, what it's like to, you know, organise everything and get all the tyres here, give that feature a watch when it comes out later on. All the content before we run on to our next event, event 4, which will be in a few weeks' time, back at Wilton Mill, where we will have the Hondas. The Hondas switch from being with the Rotax paddock to being with the Miami paddock for event number 4, the 3rd meeting for the Hondas. Very much looking forward to that round Wilton Mill. These drivers put on a good show when we were there for their O-plate earlier on in the year. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Coming round to complete lap number 4, it's Archie Cannon still out front, ahead of Ralphie Branscombe. The two of them doing exactly what they should be doing right now, working together, pulling away. They've got about 0.5 of a second clear of Margaret Kvekis there in 3rd. Ryan White's just made a move, is there in 6th place, the reigning champion, of course, for Honda Cadets GX200. That's why he's got the number 1 on his car. So just got past Archie Loveridge for 6th place. Drivers heading once again into this technical part of this Larkhall circuit, just over a kilometre in length. It's recently just been granted a FIA International karting grading as well, which is a really good piece of news for karting up here in Scotland. Some big plans are here afoot, and yeah, very much hope we can see more racing, more of course visits for Wera Tools British Kart Championships in years to come, and maybe, you know, maybe even some European competitions coming over here in due course and making the trip. Andrew Sutherland, fastest lap of the race so far, 57.06, is there in 4th place, back of this train. And once again, we saw this in heat number 1, Nicole. Andrew Sutherland getting that pace going in the middle phase of the race, was very quick in the latter stages of heat 1.
Yeah, definitely. Wondering if that could be maybe tyre pressure choice for him, or if it is just the driver that it takes him a little bit longer to settle into things. Yeah, like you said, fastest lap of the race. He was under investigation a little while ago, but there is no update on that. No penalty been awarded, so we'll keep an eye to see if there's any changes. Ralphie Branscombe still following behind Archie Cannon there. Archie leads him. No change to the intermediate classification if they were to finish the race like this. Ralphie would be on pole position for the final.
Would indeed. At the moment, he's in a position where he doesn't need to win this race, and I wonder if that's part of the tactics to know, well, yeah, Archie Cannon winning this race doesn't change things too much, so yeah, we'll quite happily work with the driver in the number 42. Andrew Sutherland in 3rd in the IC right now. As I say, that's the latest news that we've had, that there is an investigation underway for the number 49. No news to us in the box at this time as to whether there is any further action. It's not to say that there isn't going to be any further action, of course. 3.5 minutes to go. This group of 4 clear. Ryan White is now up to 5th place, but has just had a warning flag from race control. That's just popped up on our screens here in the box, so Ryan White will see that next time around. There is Ryan White with the number 1 ahead of Esme Rosie. Esme Rosie's up to 6th place. A good drive once again from Esme.
Ralphie has just taken the race lead there, Andrew.
Well, another move then from Ralphie Branscombe. Back to the front of the order. Wants to control this one from the front. Maybe just a bit conscious of the the proximity of Kvekis and Sutherland behind. Archie Cannon's going to respond down the inside. round the outside holds Branscombe. Leaves Cannon enough room to make the move, but for not to it to be successful, I should say.
Closed the door, Branscombe did then.
Yep.
Cannon had a good look and, yeah, had a door shut on him.
Cannon has now lost second place, at least momentarily, to Margaris Kavekis. This is Ralphie Branscombe's chance to break away now. It's got to hit every apex perfectly, because it's very, very hard category to stay away as a race leader. Particularly when the fastest driver on circuit is at the back of one of these chase groups. Nicole, I say Andrew Sutherland there, 4th place, fastest lap over 57.06. We can nicely push Cannon and Kavekis along back towards the race leader.
Yeah, quite nicely. However, Ralphie is he is still faster than Kavekis and Cannon behind his last lap. He did a 57.6, whereas they were in the 58s. So I don't think he's
out on the curb there. It's the number 15. Sorry, that's Kavekis.
That promotes Andrew Sutherland into 3rd place there. Another fastest lap by him. 1 minute and 30 on the clock to go.
See some support for Luca Bicocchi in the chat. Luca's just set a personal best of this race so far. 57.77 is up to 12th place, having actually started in 12th place, so it's held position there across the course of the first 9 laps of this one. This is an intriguing group, Nicole. White, Rosie and Ivanov all have had quite different seasons so far. Ivanov has scored very, very strong at both the O-Plate and at round 1. As down the inside, that's a lovely move from Esme Rosie. This has been a real big step up for Esme Rosie. Last time, 11th, 10th and 11th at the 3 different stages through PFI. So to see Esme there in the top 5, that's a really good run.
Yeah, good, fantastic run.
And ahead of the driver last time out. And 15 seconds to go. And at the moment, it is looking like Ralphie Branscombe. This has been another really impressive drive from Ralphie Branscombe. As I say, you don't often see this in Honda Cadet, someone be able to drive away from a group. Again, the characteristic of the circuit feeds into that. There's not as much slipstreaming done here at Larkhall as, say, at PFI, and to an extent Wilton Mill as well. But still, very difficult to keep focused, not make any mistakes. That is exactly what Ralphie Branscombe has done so far in this race. That's down the inside. Ryan White's going for a position on the number 46 of Esme Rosie. So unfortunately for Esme Rosie, just losing a few positions now as a result of all of that. Again, it's that difficult nature of, like, you get out of the groove, don't you, Nicole? And especially when you've got 4 karts all in close proximity, you just kind of got to wait your turn.
Yeah, I think quite often what happens, especially at this circuit, if you get caught out and it's not 1 kart that's going through, it's 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, indeed. We're on the final lap then. Ralphie Branscombe can relax a little bit here. Maybe save the machinery, save the materials for later in the weekend. Archie Cannon doing a great job as well, holding there in 2nd place at the moment. It is going to be those 2 drivers on the front row for the pre-final tomorrow, but that could change if Andrew Sutherland can find a way through. So at the moment, Cannon and Sutherland are tied on points in the intermediate classification. But it's going to be Ralphie Branscombe on top again in Honda Cadet. A 2nd win of the day, 2nd in the race to Archie Cannon. Books a spot onto the front row of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. Andrew Sutherland, 3rd in that one, and will be 3rd on the grid as well for the pre-final tomorrow. Margaris Kavekis recovers as well after a difficult first race, 4th in this one, and actually elevates himself onto the 2nd row for the pre-final tomorrow. Loveridge and Ivanov will be on the 3rd row, White and Rosie on row 4. But again, here at Larkhall, Ralphie Branscombe takes victory. 3rd in the final here last year. and is looking to go, well, as he said it earlier on in the weekend, 2 better than that here tomorrow. That journey starts in the pre-final on Sunday morning from 11:40. No repechage for Honda Cadet GX200, so 11:40 tomorrow morning is when we'll have the pre-final for Honda Cadets, and their trophy final, their main final, will be at 2:30 in the afternoon. But job done for Ralphie Branscombe. He'll be very pleased with that. After a timed qualifying, Nicole, that didn't look to be all his own way. It's easy to forget that he's had to do this both times today from 5th on the grid.
Yeah, leading the IC, he'll be very happy. Privateer driver as well, which is great to see, as always. O-plate, of course. He's very happy to be wearing that for the remainder of the season. Andrew Sutherland, who will be starting finals in 3rd, getting lots of support there in the comments by the Sutherland clan.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Andrew Sutherland and the work of his dad as well. That's a proper dad and lad team.
Yeah.
They've done a magnificent job so far this weekend. I know it's still very early in the season, of course, and it is very early in the season. That's also a very good day when you look at the championship standings, that Branscombe has taken the full haul of 65 again. But his closest challengers before today in championship points, Loveridge, 5th, Ivanov in 6th. You know, that battle behind Branscombe at the moment, they've already started taking each of the points off one another. So, I'd say a long way to go, of course. Tomorrow will be a big day for all of the drivers, but Ralphie Branscombe so far this season, it's not been a perfect run, but you know, I think if you'd offered Ralphie Branscombe after the O-plate win first, 3rd and 1st through the first 4 point scoring stage of the season, he would have gone, yeah, I'll take that quite happily.
Yep, I think he would have snatched that off you pretty fast.
There we go, and I say Honda Cadet GX200 back out tomorrow just before 12 o'clock, 11:40 they will go for their pre-final. Do hope you can be with us for that, and if you can't, don't worry, you can watch everything back at your leisure across Alpha Live and Karting UK and Motorsport UK's platform of channels. One more race to go here today for the heat stay at Larkhall. It's Senior Rotax A versus B race coming up next after a short break here on the commentary.
We're here at PF International in Lincolnshire for the opening round of the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Once again this year, Wera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use.
Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. And we can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see, 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics, the handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Wera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship.
Time to go racing for the final time here today for Heats Day in the heat at Larkhall in the west of Scotland. And I have been looking forward to this race all day, Nicole Sutherland. Firstly, because it's an A versus B heat race, and they're always good. And secondly, because it's senior Rotax. Let's take a look through the grid then. Two drivers are unbeaten so far today, and they both start in the front row of this one. Macaulay Bishop and Lewis Gilbert from row 1. Jack Lilly and Callum Bradshaw go from row 2. Angus Scrivener and Joshua Graham start on row 3. Keane Geraghty and Rhys Bailey start on row number 4.
Row number 5, we have Pearson Bullock Carter and Brandon Klein-Egervort. Row number 6 is Liam Thomas and Thule Motorsports Neo Clark. Row number 7, we have David Mitchell and Louis Weaver. Row number 8 is JDR's Sam Baker and Archie Buttle.
Jack Collins, who got his best result of 2023 last year here at Larkhall, starts on row 9 alongside Ewan Charman, John Brown and Benjamin Southgate on row 10. Sam Longley and Reg Hayward on row 11. Alex Duncan and Alexander Adams acting on row 12. Wrapping out the grid, Ollie Goodyear and Guy Cunnington on row 13 ahead of Josh Rudd and Luca Osmond-Price on row 14. Ethan Critchley and Alex McGee complete the 30-strong field. Right, it's a heat, ladies and gentlemen, but I am going to say it, hold on to your hats. This is going to be a good one because this race will decide who starts on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow, who gets the next haul of 65 championship points. Bishop versus Gilbert versus the world. Here we go then, on to the grid and green light. We're racing. 10 minutes plus 1 lap are underway for the final time today here at Larkhall. It's a good start for Macaulay Bishop. This is a period of the race where Lewis Gilbert's got to be patient. He has been patient. He's slotted into 3rd place. I think just behind Jack Lilly there, who's straight away up into 2nd place. Jack Lilly, remember, had 2nd place in his first race earlier on today, so it's definitely part of the picture in terms of the intermediate classification, but he's got to go out and win this race and hope that Bishop falls a little bit further back down in the order. Remember, if it's a tiebreaker, it's the timed qualifying performance of a driver that determines whether they finish ahead of their adversaries. Benjamin Southgate having a fight there with Ollie Goodyear on the CRG through and out of turn number 8. End of lap number 1. It's Bishop from Gilbert. Gilbert has got back through into 2nd place ahead of Lilly. Scrivener's had a good start. He's up to P4. Bradshaw down to 5th. It's Geraghty in 6th place as well. Biggest mover on that lap. Guy Cunnington again, starting these races after problems in qualifying. He's gained 8 spots on that first lap, Nicole, and up to 18th.
Yeah, Lewis Gilbert made the move on Jack Lilly there. Jack was being quite defensive in that first lap, but Gilbert has done him. Wondering if Gilbert has he got it in him in this race to catch up to Macaulay and drive off like we saw from him earlier on today?
Well, no tyre advantage for either side of the field in this one. Everyone who's out there has done one race and the timed qualifying. Lewis Gilbert has quite often been top of the timesheets in the group so far this weekend. He was fastest in his qualifying group, not fastest overall. That was Macaulay Bishop, of course. But in the free practices yesterday as well, it was often him at the top of the order. Thought it was potentially going to be a battle between him and Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw was top of the timesheets in the other free practice groups yesterday. That's so far not come to pass. As Bradshaw, well, I say that, Bradshaw's on the move. Has just got down the inside of Jack Lilly there for 3rd. But the point to make is Lewis Gilbert has looked very quick. I think the overall package so far this weekend, in terms of sheer pace, has looked the best. But, and it's a very big but, it's Macaulay Bishop ahead. Arguably one of the most informed drivers in not just British karting, but world karting right now.
What we tend to see from Macaulay Bishop as well is that he can most definitely outrace other drivers.
Yes.
So that'll be a common theme for the rest of this weekend. Going back to Lewis Gilbert though, that kart looks so planted on this circuit. It's not sliding, he's got so much control. He's driving that thing hard.
He is indeed. And you can see him closing in now.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing for me, Nicole, is if he does catch Macaulay, does he sit there and play the long game, or does he try and take the lead? Does he try to outrace Macaulay Bishop right now? What do you think the tactics will be in the mind of Gilbert at this moment.
To be honest, it's a bit of a how long's a piece of string. It's a bit unanswerable because Lewis is very experienced and, you know, he's knowledgeable enough to know that in some aspects it's not worth it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's a racer and he's capable of making the overtakes Bishop can make as well. So it wouldn't shock me if he would just get the move done and try and drive off again.
Absolutely. And say won here last year in the 2023 championship. Right now, in terms of in terms of intermediate classification points, but this would, of course, have a info on the championship points. Bishop, a perfect 0 right now. Gilbert on 2. If they did swap, Bishop would still have pole position virtue of the time qualifying performance earlier on today. Look at this for a fight. This is Jack Lilly and Angus Scrivener going at it. I've been really impressed with Angus Scrivener today. This has been a strong performance for Scrivener. So last time out, just missed out on making it directly into the pre-finals. Was arguably the worst of all positions after one of these days. P29. Didn't manage to get through into the finals through the repechage, but he's not going to need to do any of that today. So running up in the top 5. Another good move there.
Graham on Geraghty, I believe.
Yep. And yeah, it's been a really, really strong run for Angus Scrivener so far today. That down the inside, I think that's Brandon Klein-Nagelwort. Yes, it is. Getting past the number 11 there of Cian Geraghty.
Oh, so that would have been... so Geraghty's dropped down slightly then.
Yeah,
he has. We've got a 5-second penalty there for Joshua Rudd, the number 82. Lewis Gilbert continuing to take some chunks out of Macaulay Bishop.
He's just set the fastest lap of the heat so far. 48.75 seconds for Lewis Gilbert. That is, in terms of race pace, that is very good. Very, very good indeed. Still very warm here, even though it's gone 5:30 here in Scotland. 22-degree air temperature after a full day of racing. I know we've only had the racing in the afternoon, but you think of all the time qualifying sessions, the simulation of the time qualifying, the free practice. It's been a busy circuit here today. The heat of all that running will be radiating off of the tarmac here at Larkhall.
Just to note, Callum Bradshaw has pulled away from Scrivener there. However, their previous 2 laps have both been matched. They both did a 48.88, and now they've just both done 48.81s. So literally matching lap for lap.
I say that the consistency of these drivers, and I know, yes, they're seniors, the most experienced drivers on the grid. The top 6 last time around, in terms of lap pace, are all within half a tenth, just over less than a tenth of a second over the whole lap. It really is a very high quality field here this year. Archie Buttle's on the move. They just saw him get past Neo Clark there in the number 28. So that's the number 22 of Buttle up into the top 10. And just behind them, you see the number 52 of Guy Cunnington, who has continued his charge through the field. He's now gained 14 in this one to 12. That kind of performance, the guy's going to be back into the pre-final tomorrow direct. No need of repechage, which is a very good result considering the problems that Guy Cunnington had in qualifying. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Back at the front of the order. No move yet from Lewis Gilbert. Macaulay Bishop went and set a 48.77 last time around, which was a new personal best, 600ths quicker than Gilbert. What was the pace that time around? Well, Gilbert's responded. Gilbert's back down into the 48.7s himself. So it's going toe-to-toe at the moment between these 2 drivers, who both won here last year, of course. Macaulay Bishop in the junior category, on his way to taking the junior Rotax title. As Gilbert down the inside, he's got him. What a move from Lewis Gilbert. I don't think Macaulay Bishop was fully ready for that one.
He was not expecting that one, definitely not. I think caught him off guard there.
Bishop now trying to find a way back through. That is the first statement move of the weekend, I feel, from Lewis Gilbert, to say Well, you may have taken my time qualifying pole position away, Macaulay, but you're not going to have everything your own way here on my home patch of Larkhall. Through turn 1 and turn 2. If they start fighting, this is going to bring Callum Bradshaw back into play. Look at him there in the number 99. Through turn 3 and turn 4, Gilbert's trying to back them up and is doing so successfully at the moment. On the back stretch now towards turn number 5. Bradshaw's going to be there.
I'd say Macaulay was a bit riled up then because he's definitely trying to have a go back in on Lewis Gilbert. Like you said, Bradshaw is in this fight now. Lewis goes into the tight left-hander, defensive.
Oh, very close to getting on that sausage curb on driver's right. Scrivener's going to be in play now as well. This is going to be a brawl now for the remaining 65 seconds plus 1 lap down the hill in the final race of the day here at Larkhall. End of lap number 11. Gilbert hits the hammer, breaks away from Bishop a little bit. Bishop's going to need to be careful here because you do not need to give Callum Bradshaw too many opportunities to go down the inside and take a race position. Bradshaw sat there for now. He's thought of the bigger picture perhaps in this one and gone, do you know what? No, I don't want to go immediately for this second place because it could lose the opportunity of taking the race win. Callum Bradshaw only races for race wins. 30 seconds to go. Big one on the brakes from Bishop, but he loses out a bit off turn number 6 there. Through turn number 8 again after the kink of 7. Down the hill once again through 9. Preparing for the final corner. There's going to be one more lap in this one as well, so they get across the line with 6 seconds on the clock. But right now, Lewis Gilbert has got a buffer of about 0.3 of a second over Macaulay Bishop. I think they're all just kind of, they're cancelling each other out at the moment, Nicole, because for Bradshaw, the big send on Bishop could result in second place, but it could also result in 6th because you've got Scrivener there, Lilly there, Bullock Carter is in play. There's a lot riding on this race right now.
Yeah, Joshua Graham there in on Jack Lilly. I don't know what that will do to Jack Lilly in the IC. We'll find out when he goes round again.
Yeah,
but,
very close in that IC at the moment. You've got 4 drivers all on 7 points. Last lap board is out now. So now we're going on to the final lap. Gilbert clear by half a second. Gilbert at the moment heading for pole position in the pre-final tomorrow.
Whoa, Bradshaw, very defensive there from Scrivener.
Really, really getting the elbows out there is the former world champion. Angus Scrivener, this is a very different situation to what he faced at PF International a few weeks ago. Bullock Carter there in 5th place as well.
Will Bullock Carter get the run on Scrivener out of the corner?
Quite possibly. He's going to be on the outside though. Bishop's closing in on Gilbert as well on this final lap of the race. But surely it's going to be too much for Bishop today. I think Bradshaw's got 3rd secured as well. Round the final corner, checker flag is out. Lewis Gilbert beats Macaulay Bishop and is on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. It is just what Lewis Gilbert wanted at the start of this weekend. He has got the first haul of championship points. 3rd for Callum Bradshaw. Will be on the 2nd row of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. We'll run through the IC in a minute. There is your provisional results for Heat 3. Gilbert from Bishop, Bradshaw, Scrivener, Bullock Carter, your top 5. Graham, Lilly, Klein, Nagelbort, Geraghty and Buttle, your top 10. Guy Cunnington up 15 spots to 11th ahead of Neo Clark, Louis Weaver and Rhys Bailey. The top 15 completed by Ewan Charman. Alex Duncan, good drive there, up 7 spots to 16th ahead of John Brown, David Mitchell, Liam Thomas and Benjamin Southgate. Jack Collins, Sam Baker, Reg Hayward, Alex Adams-Acton in a top 25 ahead of Sam Longley, Joshua Rudd, Luca Osmond-Price, Ethan Critchley and Alex McGee. All 30 drivers finished, completed by Ollie Goodyear. Intermediate classification scenario, Gilbert on top, 2 wins, 0 points. Bishop P2, a win and a second, 2 points. 2 points covered. Kai Hunter in 3rd, Callum Bradshaw in 4th, Angus Scrivener in 5th, Joshua Graham in 6th, Jack Lilly in 7th. That was mighty close, and also why it's so important Nicole, for Bradshaw to hold that third. Second was a little bit beyond him in that race, but holding that position means he gets that second row start for tomorrow.
I think he wouldn't have probably wanted to start behind a Hunter lockout either. He would have ended up behind Kai and Angus, who would have been together, which you probably wouldn't have wanted to do because they will be working together, most definitely.
We saw it earlier on when Angus Scrivener and Kai Hunter were out on circuit. The Hunter Motorsports teammates, knowing what the deal is here in a very competitive senior Rotax category. Macaulay Bishop, well, some things to think about overnight, perhaps. It's not many times we've seen Macaulay Bishop outraced so far in 2024, but that big move from Gilbert, a number of laps to go from the end, showed that it is doable. Callum Bradshaw as well, that dominant form that we saw from him at PF International. I think the fear for a lot of people watching senior Rotax was, my goodness, Bradshaw is back, and is he just going to run away with this?
Yeah.
The answer from today is no, that's not going to be the case. Again, showing just the level of driver that we've got here this year. That, of course, completes all the qualifying heats for today. 13 races in all. If you have missed any of them, you can watch them back. The next time we'll see the seniors out will be tomorrow morning. Their repechage is the first race of the day. Will be at 10:10. We'll be on the air from just after 10 o'clock Sunday morning. Their pre-final is 12:05. Their main final is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to leave you here. My name has been Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box today has been Nicole Sutherland. We're going to leave you with these beautiful shots from Lanarkshire. Great day here in Larkhall in Scotland for Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship for 2024. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, for finals day here at Round 2 for Rotax and Honda. Bye-bye.